Hey guys, tonight we journey somewhere hot, really hot. Imagine waking up on a slab of woven reeds, your skin sticky with sweat, the air already too thick to breathe. The rising sun glares down like a spotlight in an interrogation room. No curtain, no shade, no mercy. A swarm of flies hovers over your face like they own it, and your nose registers the faint scent of something between cooked onions and wet goat. Welcome to ancient Egypt. You probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, where are you listening from and what time is it over there? Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your first conscious breath in this world tastes like sand. The Nile wind has dumped a fine coat of dust over everything. Your face, your makeshift bedding, the inside of your nose. You sit up groggily, already aware that sleep didn't help. Your back hurts from the lumpy ground, your neck from using your arm as a pillow, and your legs from yesterday's long trek between stone blocks that, no, did not build themselves. There's no snooze button. A nearby rooster, yes, the loud, prehistoric kind, has been crowing since the stars began to fade. Children scream in the distance, chasing each other with something that looks suspiciously like a dead fish. A donkey brays in protest at existence. You've barely blinked, and already you long for the sweet silence of your modern mattress and a room without livestock. You rise, clumsily wrapping your linen kilt around your hips. It's scratchy, and it doesn't help that you're sweating through it already. You reach down for your sandals, but remember, they were eaten halfway through the week by the neighbor's goat. So, barefoot it is. The sun isn't rising so much as erupting. Light explodes across the sand, and heat pours over the mud brick homes around you. The sky is an unforgiving blankness. There's no soft pastel sunrise, no Instagram-worthy haze, just a glowing white fireball that promises you will be roasted medium rare by noon. You glance around for water, but the communal jar is empty. Again, someone always drinks the last bit, and then turns the jar upside down like that, somehow makes it okay. So now, you'll have to go to the river. Your mouth tastes like last night's onion stew. You scratch your arm and flinch. Tiny welts from mosquito bites, no doubt. You remember the local remedy is to rub goose fat on it. You decide to just deal with the itch. As you step outside, you're nearly blinded. No sunglasses, of course. You squint like a mole, trying not to walk into one of the many dung piles, human or otherwise. Sanitation, let's just say, is a suggestion, not a reality. The early streets of your small village are a mess of activity. Women in white shifts carry baskets of flatbread or beer jugs on their heads with a grace you can only envy. Men in tattered kilts argue about grain, counts, or temple quotas. A few toddlers, naked as the day they were born, dart between legs like greased piglets. You trudge toward the edge of the village, where your job likely awaits. Whatever the scribes have decided to assign you today. You might be hauling mud, laying bricks, or if you're lucky, feeding temple cats. You're not lucky. A neighbor greets you with a nod and a cough. that sounds deeply pharaonic. You nod back and try not to inhale. Here's your first historical fact to chew on while you wheeze. Ancient Egyptians did have a pretty solid grasp of hygiene. Relatively. Toothbrushes made from frayed sticks, homemade soap from natron, and even early deodorants using scented oils. But guess what? That doesn't mean everyone used them, especially the broke folks like you. And here's your first fun tidbit. Egyptian pillows, not soft. They were curved stone or wooden headrests designed to keep your head elevated and bugs out of your ears. Spoiler alert, it only sort of worked. Your own pillow last night was your arm. It's still asleep and tingling, and you will be favoring the left side of your body until mid-morning as you make your way toward the communal gathering spot near the granaries. You hear the buzz of gossip. A man claims to have seen a crocodile climb into someone's mud hut. Another swears the priest turned water into beer. Again, historians still argue whether such rumors were ancient satire, religious propaganda, or simply the result of one too many fermented date drinks. And speaking of debates, here's a juicy one. Did the Egyptians really believe their pharaohs were living gods? Or was that mostly state-sponsored PR? Some scholars insist devotion was real. Others think it was all about tax compliance. You'll ponder that later. Right, now, the sun is crawling higher. Your stomach is grumbling, and you realize with dread that you're already behind on whatever labor quota you're supposed to meet. A taskmaster is shouting from down the alley, waving something long and sharp and wooden. You've officially been awake for 10 minutes, and already you're dirty, thirsty, sore, sun-blasted, slightly bitten, and about to be yelled at by a guy who thinks your family name is Hey You. Welcome to your first day in ancient Egypt. You probably won't survive this. You decide your best bet is water before work. Because let's be honest, you already feel like a dried fig stuffed in a clay pot. So, you head for the Nile. It's not far, maybe a 15-minute walk. But every step is gritty. The sand gets between your toes, in your nose, and somehow even in your thoughts. You long for modern flip-flops, or pavement, or hydration tablets, or literally anything that doesn't include swarms of buzzing, blood-hungry flies orbiting your head like you're the sun. As you get closer to the riverbank, you're hit by a wall of scent. It's equal parts earthy mud, river rot, and mystery fish. Somewhere nearby, someone's washing clothes, beating them against flat stones, while singing something rhythmic and mournful. You give her a polite nod, and she eyes your dust-covered kilt with suspicion. Fair. You probably look like you lost a fist fight with a cartload of barley. The Nile itself is beautiful, kind of wide, gleaming, and speckled with reed boats and floating birds. But up close, it's not your personal spa. You approach the shore carefully, knowing the water isn't just water. It's a cocktail of silt, discarded food scraps, animal remains, and possibly the bones of the last guy who thought he could take a quick dip. You crouch down and splash a bit of water onto your face. It's not refreshing. It's lukewarm and thick, like rinsing your face with soup. A fish stares at you for a second and swims away in judgment. You consider drinking a handful, but then you remember the priest's warning. The Nile gives life, but also gives diarrhea. Not in those exact words, but close enough. You'd love to wash your hands with soap, but today's soap is a gritty mix of ash and animal fat. It works in theory. In practice, you smell like smoky stew. Still, you scrub your hands and face as best as you can while trying to ignore the distant, unmistakable grunt of something large surfacing downstream. That would be a hippopotamus. Here's your historical fact. Hippos were among the most dangerous animals in ancient Egypt. Forget crocodiles. Hippos could overturn boats, trample fishermen, and bite straight through a person. They were feared enough to become symbols of chaos in mythology. And you, O lucky visitor, are maybe a few hundred feet away from one right now. You take a cautious step back from the river's edge, heart thudding just a little. The breeze shifts, carrying the scent of fresh dung and flowers. There must be an offering barge nearby. And then you hear it, a soft splash, low and deep. You freeze. Crocodile. You don't see it, but you feel it. That ancient predator silence, like the river holding its breath. You back up slowly. You're not bathing today. Not here. Somewhere upstream, a group of boys splash around like it's a water park. You wonder if they've just given up on survival, or if they've made some unholy pact with Sobek, the crocodile god. Historians still argue whether regular folks in ancient Egypt swam often in the Nile, or if that was a special privilege. Tomb paintings suggest both fun and function, yet many believe river access was more practical than recreational, especially for commoners. You spot a couple of women washing dishes, chatting under woven reed hats. They seem unbothered by the creatures of the deep. One of them glances at you and laughs softly. Maybe it's your posture. Maybe the expression on your face says, "I just saw my life flash before my eyes." You retreat from the water and try to dry your hands on your already damp linen. It doesn't help. You now smell like river goo and goat sweat. You could use some perfume. Ancient Egyptians loved perfume, but unless you're a noblewoman, your scent options are limited to crushed lotus or unidentifiable animal oil number 5. And here's your quirky fact of the day. Some Egyptian perfumes were so potent and beloved, people were buried with them, like literal pots of fragrance in the tombs. Smelling nice was serious business. You walk away from the Nile, keeping a wary eye on every ripple and every shadow in the reeds. You've avoided death by crocodile for now, but your body still aches, your stomach growls, and you've begun to realize something tragic. You're still thirsty. You consider asking for water from a neighbor, but social customs are tricky. If you haven't brought a gift, or if you're not on good terms, your request might be met with a cold shoulder, or worse, an invitation to do chores. In ancient Egypt, favors are a currency, and you're broke. The walk back feels longer in the heat. The sun has climbed higher, and your back is already getting that all too familiar sting. You wonder how people lived like this. They didn't just live, they thrived, built, worshipped, and ran complex economies, all while roasting. Under solar assault, you pass by a young girl pouring water over a jar to cool it. Through evaporation, ancient air conditioning, you make a mental note to copy that later. If you can find a jar and enough water to waste, suddenly a group of geese darts in front of you, flapping and honking like they own the place. One bites your ankle. You shout, stumble, and nearly fall into a pile of fish heads left out to dry. It's unclear which part of that sentence is worse. A passing farmer laughs so hard he drops his bundle of reeds. You don't know what's more humiliating. The fact that a bird just beat you in public, or that it probably happens a lot around here. As you finally approach the edge of the village again, you catch sight of the job overseer waving you over. You smell like fear, fish, and a bad decision. And it's only mid-morning. The job overseer looks at you like you're already late, which you are, and possibly also cursed. His kilt is cleaner than yours. His stick is longer than necessary, and his tone says, "Don't even think about explaining." He jerks his thumb toward a narrow alley behind the granary. "That's where you'll be working today." You follow him, half limping thanks to your goose-gnawed ankle, and find yourself in front of one of the less glamorous symbols of civilization, the toilet area, or rather, the toilet idea. Let's manage expectations. What you're looking at is not a bathroom. It's a cubicle of mud brick privacy walls, maybe waist high, with a smooth piece of stone resting atop 2 blocks. There's a hole in the stone, sort of a toilet seat, and underneath, a clay pot. Congratulations. It's your turn to help empty the pots. You're given a wooden ladle and a strong suggestion not to breathe through your nose. Too late. The scent hits like a chariot. This is not just today's collection. It's days old, fermenting in the sun. You gag a little, which earns a laugh from the guy beside you, an older worker with the nose of a man who's lost the will to smell. Here's your mainstream historical fact. Ancient Egypt had surprisingly sophisticated toilet setups for the time. In wealthier homes, some toilets even drained into sand-lined pits. Public toilet areas existed in crowded cities, and clay pots were the norm. But sanitation, not quite there. Waste was often dumped into the street or nearby fields, which made urban living fragrant. You lift the pot, it sloshes. You seriously consider abandoning your post and running toward the desert to live as a nomad. But the overseer is watching, and you remember that punishments for defiance range from lashes to forced labor-moving statues bigger than your house. With great hesitation and your mouth tightly sealed, you carry the pot toward a disposal ditch. A dozen flies come with it. The ditch smells like every bad idea ever had, mixed with sun-baked failure. You dump the contents, trying not to splash. You fail. Something lands on your foot. You scream internally. The older worker hands you a jug of water. It's not for drinking, it's for rinsing your feet. You nod in eternal gratitude and give yourself a ceremonial foot bath, then pour the rest of the water over your hands like it might cleanse your very soul. And here's your quirky tidbit. Egyptians sometimes used sand or even small pebbles for wiping, and on occasion, fragments of pottery, yes, shards of broken clay, served the purpose. Let that sink in before you ever complain about one ply again. You glance back at the other pots waiting their turn, each a silent monument to yesterday's meals. You wonder how the high priests or royal scribes handled such needs. Probably servants or spells. Historians still argue whether there were dedicated sanitation workers or if the job rotated. Some say laborers like you had to manage everything themselves, while others point to indirect evidence of a class of workers who specialized in waste, basically the ancient equivalent of janitorial staff. You hope it's the latter, because if this is a permanent assignment, you may just walk into the Nile and let the crocodiles take you. After 2 more pot runs, you're allowed to sit, not on anything clean, of course. You find a bit of shade near a crumbling wall and collapse, careful not to lean against anything too damp. Your hands still smell vaguely of despair, despite 3 washes with ash soap. As you rest, a group of young boys run past, one of them swinging what looks like a dried-out rat by the tail, probably a toy. Hopefully, you sigh and try to ignore your stomach, which is starting to protest the absence of breakfast. Your seat happens to be beside one of the less used toilet cubicles. It's got a chunk missing from the side, and through it, you see something unexpected. An amulet, just lying there in the dirt, half buried under some straw. It's a small carved scarab, greenish stone, the kind worn for protection. You pick it up, and for a moment, the air feels still. A breeze dies mid-whisper. The flies vanish. The old worker glances at your hand and mutters something about Sekhmet's breath. You laugh nervously and tuck the amulet into your belt. Why not? If a scarab can help with the afterlife, maybe it can help with your current life too. Just then, a small commotion breaks out by the well. Someone's shouting about the water spirit, and a woman drops her jug in panic. You don't even flinch. At this point, it wouldn't surprise you if a jackal in a top hat strolled by with a scroll saying you're doomed. The heat grows heavier, like the sun's trying to press you into the earth. A buzzard floats overhead. You're not dead yet, but the bird's taking notes. You rise slowly, because sitting too long makes your joints feel like they've been fired in a kiln. The overseer yells again. More pots to move, more ditch to fill. You sigh and step back into the aroma of ancient Egypt's least glamorous legacy. You face divine curses, angry animals, and possibly cursed artifacts. But nothing tests your resolve like being ankle-deep in your neighbor's breakfast from 2 days ago. And it's not even lunchtime yet. Lunchtime is coming, and your stomach now speaks in full sentences, none of them kind. After a morning of toilet duty, ditch hauling, and more sweating than any human body should legally be allowed to produce, you're finally sent away for a short meal break. You shuffle toward the communal eating area, which is a generous way to describe 3 low benches, a cracked jug of something possibly drinkable, and a pile of wrapped cloth bundles that smell vaguely edible. You sit down and unwrap your food. It's bread. Again. Small, hard, dense loaf that could double as a weapon. You break it open and crunch. Not from crust. That's sand. Yes, sand. The grain grinding stones used for making flour are worn smooth from years of use, and over time they grind themselves into the flour, bit by bit. That earthy texture in your bread? That's literal earth. You try not to chip a molar. You fail. Next to the bread is a tiny mound of dried onions. Not raw, those are a luxury, but dried, sun-cured, and pungent. You chew them slowly, savoring the taste of something vaguely flavorful. It's intense, almost spicy, and makes your eyes water. Maybe from the flavor, or maybe from the realization that this is the highlight of your day. Beside you, a man takes a swig from a ceramic jug of beer. Not frothy, cold, bubbly modern beer, of course. Egyptian beer is more like a thick, porridgey sludge made from fermented barley mash. It's cloudy, sour, and occasionally crunchy. He offers you some. You hesitate, but your thirst wins. You sip. It's yeasty, warm, tangy. There's something floating in it, and you hope it's grain. Here's your historical fact. Egyptians drank beer daily. It was considered a staple, nutritional, hydrating, and safer than Nile water. Even children drank it, and the work crews that built the pyramids paid in bread and beer. You wash down your sandy bread with the chunky barley slop and exhale through your nose to chase away the flavor. It helps. A little. You miss refrigeration and forks. Then comes the fish, a small, shriveled thing, dried to jerky under the desert sun. You gnaw at it carefully, trying to avoid the sharp bones that weren't removed because, well, no one removes them. There's a hint of salt, a whisper of fishiness, and the haunting feeling that this fish may have known Tutankhamun personally. Still, you eat it, slowly. You're starving. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians loved garlic and onions so much that some workers were paid in garlic. No, really. They believed these foods gave strength, warded off illness, and maybe even scared away demons. You believe they scare away friends, because your breath now smells like something unearthed from a tomb. Around you, others chat, chew, argue, and laugh. A boy picks something from his bread and flicks it at his sister. She retaliates by throwing a date pit. Someone else hiccups and starts an impromptu hymn to Hathor. You're halfway through your last bite when the smell hits. Rotten fish. Someone opens a clay jar of leftovers, probably from yesterday or the day before. The odor wafts like a curse. Everyone winces. You try to swallow, but your stomach has second thoughts. The sun doesn't help. Everything is hotter now, more pungent. The heat pulls every molecule of decay from the food and blasts it into the air like a divine punishment. You scoot a little farther down the bench. You look at the bread again, deciding whether to save it for later or risk carrying it back and attracting ants the size of cats. Historians still argue whether ancient Egyptian meals were as monotonous as they sound. Some claim a wider variety of food, lentils, fruits, honey cakes, even meat for festivals. But for a laborer like you, if it isn't bread, beer, or onions, you're probably dreaming. You fold the cloth around your leftovers, wipe your hands on your already dirty kilt, and rise. The break is over, and the overseer is already pointing toward a pile of mud bricks that clearly needs your attention. You shuffle over, a new layer of sweat forming immediately. You wonder how you're still losing water and not turning into a mummy. As you pass a small shrine, you toss the crust of your bread into an offering bowl, partly out of respect, partly because it's too hard to chew. The priest standing nearby gives you a nod, then raises an eyebrow when he notices your face. He whispers something about unbalanced humors and suggests you smear some honey on your chest later. You don't have honey, or energy, or time. The scent of dried fish clings to your hands. Your teeth feel rough from the sand. Your breath is a warning to humanity. And yet, somehow, You're still hungry. The meal is barely over, and you're already sweating again. This time in a fresh, sticky layer that soaks right through your linen wrap. You tug at it, trying to adjust the folds around your hips, but it's no use. The garment is chafing in all the wrong places. You walk like someone who's been riding a donkey sideways for 12 miles. You glance down at your outfit, a single strip of linen, wrapped and knotted, half sticking to your skin and half flapping in the wind. There's no tunic, no sleeves, and certainly no undergarments. Welcome to ancient Egyptian fashion, where style and comfort are two separate deities who never spoke again after a particularly bad dinner party. Here's your historical fact. Egyptian clothing was mostly made of linen, produced from flax plants. It was light, breathable, and suitable for the scorching climate. But for the lower class, it was coarse, prone to unraveling, and minimal, often just a loincloth or a basic kilt, while women wore long shifts, luxurious. Dyed linen was reserved for the wealthy. Your kilt is not luxurious. It's rougher than sandpaper in a windstorm and seems to grow heavier the more you sweat. You try to hike it up, only for the knot to loosen. You fumble with it awkwardly, hoping no one notices. Too late. A group of girls hauling water catch your struggle and giggle. You try to laugh along, but your pride is unraveling faster than your waistband. And it's not just your outfit. The sun is targeting every exposed inch of skin. Your chest, shoulders, and calves are all slowly roasting. You'd give anything for a hat, or a shirt, or SPF 50. One of your coworkers walks by in a slightly longer tunic, clearly homemade, with uneven seams but at least some shoulder coverage. You ask where he got it, and he shrugs. My sister. Took her 3 days to weave. You nod appreciatively and consider bartering your only possession of the value, that questionable scarab amulet you found earlier. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians sometimes used crocodile dung mixed with natron and oil as a form of skin ointment or even rudimentary sunscreen. The logic? It was thick and it stuck. The downside? You smelled like a reptile's nightmare. You're still debating the pros and cons of dung-based skincare when a sudden gust of wind kicks up a cloud of sand. It blasts into your eyes, ears, and mouth like a fistful of powdered brick. You turn away, trying to shield your face with your arm, but the sand gets everywhere, especially inside your kilt. Now you're chafing and sand-scraped. You shift awkwardly as you walk, feet slapping against hot stone, and even hotter, patches of bare dirt. The sandals you don't have today would have helped, but that goat, may it be reborn as a dung beetle, had other plans. You reach the work site. Today it's brick, hauling. Again, the mud bricks are heavy, still damp, and smell like pond scum and labor. Your job? Move them from one pile to another, for reasons no one fully explains. You hoist one onto your shoulder. It sticks to your sweaty skin. You try to adjust it, and it slips, leaving a smear of brown sludge down your chest. You're starting to understand why some workers gave offerings to the god of endurance. A foreman yells, instructions you barely understand. You nod, pretend to know what's happening, and follow the others in a slow, limping conga line of suffering. Your sandals would have made this easier. So would foot wraps, or even just tougher skin. As it stands, the hot ground is burning through your soles, and every pebble feels like a stab from a very small, very mean god. Historians still argue whether lower class Egyptians often went barefoot by choice or necessity. Artistic depictions show both sandal wearers and barefoot laborers. Some believe sandals were reserved for ceremonial use or wealthier classes, while others think most people just got used to walking directly on scorching sand. You are not used to it. You drop your brick, panting, and wipe your face with the edge of your kilt. It doesn't help. It just moves the sweat around like greasy lotion. You glance down at your body, now covered in a fine, glittering crust of sweat, dust, and humility. A breeze whistles past your navel. Your wrap loosens again. This time, you dive behind a pile of bricks to retie it, mumbling apologies to the gods of decency. You hear laughter again. Somewhere behind you, someone is definitely keeping count of how many times your clothing tries to escape. You soldier on, adjusting your garment every few steps, mentally composing a prayer that involves looms, thread, and a miracle. Every motion rubs a little more raw. You're pretty sure your thighs are plotting a rebellion. Finally, after what feels like 2 eternities and a half, a gong sounds from the temple courtyard. Break time, you slump down in the shade of a cracked wall, fanning yourself with a shard of broken pottery and wondering whether your skin has fused with your linen. You look up at the others. Some sit cross-legged with calm resignation. Others lie back and close their eyes, as if dreaming of better kilts. One man proudly scratches at a mosquito bite right through his cloth, unconcerned that he's wearing more hole than garment. And that's when it hits you. You're going to need a new outfit soon, or at least some dignity glue. Maybe that scarab really is magical. You barely have time to rest before a high-pitched voice cuts through the air like a bronze sickle through wheat. You there? Stop lounging like a temple cat. Come help with the records. You look up, blinking sand from your eyes, and spot a man in pristine white linen, not a wrinkle on him. His coal-lined eyes squint at you, as if your very existence is a spelling error. This is the village scribe, and he's decided your pitiful life could use a little paperwork. You drag yourself upright and shuffle toward him, hoping help with the records means carrying scrolls. It does not. You are led to a shaded alcove where a folding pallet of reed pens, carved wood, and papyrus sheets is set up like a miniature temple of bureaucracy. The scribe gestures to the tools with dramatic flair. Don't touch anything, just sit there. Quietly, you sit. He dips his reed pen into a block of solidified ink made of soot and gum and begins to write on the papyrus with long, fluid strokes. You can't read it. You pretend you can, nodding solemnly as if you too studied for 20 years under a master of sacred scribble. Here's your historical fact. Scribes were among the most respected professions in ancient Egypt. They were educated, exempt from manual labor, and often held high administrative positions. Becoming a scribe meant lifelong job security, assuming you had the patience to sit hunched over a desk for 12 hours a day, surrounded by ink stains and ego. The scribe looks up suddenly. You're breathing too loud. You stop. He resumes. He's recording grain counts, inventory lists, and something about temple goats. Every few lines. He pauses to complain about the ink drying too quickly or the heat warping the papyrus. You try to be invisible. Then your eyes drift to the hieroglyphs. They are beautiful. Tiny birds, waves, eyes, snakes, arms. You recognize exactly none of them. You lean a little closer. Don't touch the papyrus, he hisses. Without looking, do you want it ruined? Do you want Sekhmet to rain down her wrath? You freeze. Sekhmet is the lion-headed goddess of war and destruction. You don't want her involved in your life. Not today. You retreat an inch. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some scribes believed that improper handling of sacred words could anger the gods. That's why specific rituals, like mouth-washing and reciting protective phrases, were sometimes performed before writing holy names. Writing wasn't just work, it was magic. The scribe pauses again. You, fetch me water. Finally, something you can do. You scurry to the nearest water jar, noticing it's capped with a cloth to keep out insects and possibly curses. You carry it carefully back to him, like it's an offering. He sips without a thank you. Too warm, he mutters. You wish a mild, reversible plague upon him. He resumes writing, and you resume watching. Then he holds out a second reed pen and says, "Try this line. It's only practice. If you ruin it, I'll erase your name from the census." You grasp the reed like it's a live snake. He points to a phrase, a string of symbols representing the grain of this day is not yet stolen. You copy each curve slowly, your hand shaking, ink pooling unevenly. You finish. It looks like a duck tried to paint a storm. The scribe stares, then sighs. At least you didn't set it on fire. You'd be surprised how many manage that. He tosses your work aside and waves you away. You have the hands of a brickmaker. Go back to sweating in the sun. Leave thinking to the rest of us. As you rise, ego bruised, you realize he never told you not to take a peek at his ink block. So you do. It's oddly beautiful. Deep black, compact, made of soot and gum arabic, shaped into a tiny sacred heart. You reach to touch it. Don't. Too late. Your finger grazes it. Instantly, he lunges and slaps your hand away with his scroll. You fool. Do you know how long it takes to make that? It's imported from Thebes. That's Thebes ink, not some backwater silt from a cow's hoofprint. You retreat at double speed. Behind you, he mutters oaths to Thoth, the god of wisdom, and starts scribbling furiously, perhaps drafting your obituary. Historians still argue whether village scribes were as respected as their city counterparts. Some claim they held administrative authority over agriculture and trade. Others suggest they were glorified bean counters with inflated egos and bad posture. Based on your experience, you're leaning toward the second theory. You return to the work area, fingers stained, pride shattered, stomach grumbling again. Your brick pile awaits like an old, toxic friend. A fellow laborer nudges you and says, "Ah, the scribe, huh? You're lucky he didn't curse your ink finger." You laugh, then stop. Wait, can he do that? He shrugs. If he knows your true name. You swallow hard. You may have told him your name earlier. Your linen wrap sticks again. The sand burns again. Your life, once again, feels cursed. And the scribe? He's back under his shade, drawing a picture of a fish with a crown on its head. You're not sure if it's a metaphor or just lunch. You're starting to think that maybe, just maybe, you've reached the worst of it. You survived toilet duty. You survived scribe sarcasm. You even survived the beer sludge breakfast. But now the overseer points toward the riverbank again, and your hope withers faster than an offering loaf left out in the sun. Today, you're hauling mud. More precisely, you're part of a crew assigned to shape and stack wet river mud for brickmaking. The kind of mud that sucks at your feet, sticks to your hands, and smells like ancient despair. You trudge after the others, feet slapping against the ground, your linen already clinging to you like a damp accusation. At the worksite, giant piles of silt shimmer in the heat. They're not the clean, fine clay you might imagine. This is chunky stuff, full of reeds, pebbles, and unidentifiable squish. You grab a wooden scoop and plunge it into the muck. It fights back. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptian bricks were primarily made from Nile silt mixed with straw, shaped in wooden molds, then left to dry in the sun. These mud bricks built everything from peasant homes to palace walls. And guess who got to do the hauling? Laborers like you. You lift your first scoop. It weighs approximately a small elephant. You dump it into a mold and press it flat, hands squelching into the sludge. You try not to think about what's in it. The man beside you spits into his own mix. For luck, he says. You consider spitting, too, but you're too dehydrated. Once filled, the molds are flipped out onto flat ground to dry. Your job is to repeat this forever. No exaggeration, or at least until sunset. The sun, of course, is not your friend. It reflects off the wet mud, doubling the heat like a cosmic joke. You wipe your forehead with the back of your arm and end up with a streak of brown paste across your face. A woman across from you chuckles. You're not sure if it's mockery or solidarity, but either way, you smile weakly. You lose track of time. Minutes stretch like a desert mirage. The mud sticks to your fingers, hardens in your nail beds, coats your arms like armor made of failure. You try to move faster, but the faster you go, the sloppier it gets. Bricks crack, molds stick. The overseer yells. Then comes the carrying. You stack 3 bricks onto a woven tray and lift it to your shoulder. The weight shifts. Your spine protests. You walk 20 paces to the drying area, trying not to stumble. You do. 1 brick lands on your toe. You don't scream, but only because you've already bitten your tongue from clenching your jaw. Here's your quirky tidbit. To keep the straw and mud mixed properly, some crews sang rhythmic songs, chanting in time with their work. It wasn't just tradition, it was an early form of productivity tracking. If the rhythm faltered, so did the bricks. Your group starts one such chant, a slow, thumping rhythm about the strength of hands and the blessing of the Nile. You try to join in, but you're too winded, so you fake the mouth shapes and nod along like an enthusiastic donkey. Mud splashes onto your chest. More lands in your hair. Your feet are now caked in sludge so thick you could be mistaken for a statue in progress. You wonder if this is the phase before mummification. Historians still argue whether this kind of labor was voluntary or conscripted. Some evidence suggests seasonal laborers compensated with food and beer, while other sources hint at more coercive methods, especially for state-sponsored temple or tomb construction. One thing's certain, no one did this for fun. Someone nearby complains of a sore shoulder. Another says their arms are burning. One guy just stops and lays face down in the dirt. No one moves to help him, so you assume it's part of the routine. Breaks are rare. When one is finally called, you flop down into a patch of shade provided by the world's saddest tree. It's more stick than foliage, but it blocks exactly 6% of the sun, and you're grateful. Your hands are ruined, cracked, calloused, and brown to the wrist. You flex your fingers, and the dried mud flakes off like you're shedding an identity. You rub your palms together and wonder how anyone still has fingerprints after a week of this. The woman from earlier sits nearby, gulping from a goatskin pouch. She notices your 1,000-yard stare and tosses you a date. Eat, she says. You're fading like old paint. You chew the date slowly. It's sweet, sticky, and has a pit the size of your will to live. Still, it helps. You glance toward the river. A crocodile sunbathes in the distance. You envy its stillness. Back to work. You scoop. You mold. You lift. You chant. Your back throbs. Your eyes burn. And your skin now has 2 tones: mud and sunburn. At some point, the overseer yells, "One more stack before temple bell." Everyone groans, but moves. It's not that you're eager to please. It's that you know the alternative. More work tomorrow. You finish your last brick. Your fingers are pruned and raw. You stretch your back and swear something pops. Then you see your final task. Wash the tools. You carry the muddy scoops and molds back to the river and begin to rinse them. The water feels cold, too cold. For a moment, it's glorious. Then you realize something just brushed your ankle. You leap back, sending mud flying. A shadow moves beneath the surface. You rinse faster. By the time you trudge back toward the village, the sun is dipping lower. You're covered in half the Nile. Your feet are blistered, and your shoulders are a tapestry of sore spots. You smell like the earth and failure. You thought maybe, just maybe, you'd get a small reprieve. Some clean water, a bit of shade, even a nap under that skeletal tree. But then the overseer barks again. You're late for the courier run. The granary docket must be taken to the temple. Move. You groan. Not aloud, of course. Aloud groans get you reassigned to dung collection duty. You muster your last ounce of dignity, snatch the scroll, and set off down the road in sandals that are not yours. They're borrowed, reeds tied together with fraying twine, one size too small, and warped from being left in the sun for too many days. The left one curls upward like a beetle's back. The right one flaps every few steps. You look ridiculous. You feel ridiculous. And worse, they hurt. Within 5 minutes, the left thong saws into the side of your foot. 10 minutes later, the right strap snaps. You try to fix it with a bit of straw, but it just laughs at your effort and flops more aggressively. You carry on half barefoot. Here's your historical fact. Sandals in ancient Egypt were common, but not universal, crafted mostly from palm fibers, papyrus, or leather. They were worn during work or travel, but many people went barefoot their entire lives. Sandals were sometimes ceremonial, and pharaohs even had sandal bearers. You, tragically, do not. Every step burns. The road is more gravel than path. Sun-baked pebbles, sharp as tiny knives, scattered like some divine test of pain tolerance. You try stepping on your heels, then on your toes. You try hopping. It only makes things worse. Then you see it, a black scorpion. It's sunning itself on a warm stone, casually twitching its tail. You freeze mid-step. It doesn't move. You don't either. The two of you are in a desert staring contest, and your foot is not winning. You slowly back away, veering toward the edge of the path, only to step directly on something worse, a thorned acacia root. You yelp. Internally, you're learning to suffer in silence like a seasoned peasant. A passerby laughs and mutters something about soft city feet. You nod as if in agreement, while your heel throbs like it's being punished for your entire bloodline. You limp on, cradling the scroll like it's a holy relic. The temple isn't far, but every step feels like a trial. Your soles are blistering, one toe is bleeding, and now sand is getting into the wounds. Because of course it is. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some Egyptians believed that stepping on a scorpion or snake without dying meant you were blessed by Wadjet, the cobra goddess of protection. You do not feel protected. You feel betrayed by everyone, including your sandals. By the time the temple gate comes into view, your legs are shaking, not from fatigue. Well, yes, from fatigue, but also from anticipation. The courtyard has stone, floors, smooth ones, cool ones, blessed ones. You limp onto the polished slab and almost weep. A temple guard eyes you. You bow awkwardly, holding out the scroll. He doesn't take it. You're dirty, he says flatly. Yes, you are. Very dirty. But this is Egypt. Everyone is dirty. Purify first, he says. You sigh. This again. There's a side fountain where commoners can rinse before entering the sacred areas. The water is cool, thank the gods. You dunk your hands, your arms, splash your face. You're about to step in when you remember you're not shaved. Here's the issue. Temple purity means being clean, and in this case, that includes no body, hair. Priests shaved regularly, head to toe. You haven't even had a haircut. You've got stubble, sand, and a stray feather stuck in your leg hair. Not exactly divine. Historians still argue whether hair removal was a universal purity practice or reserved for certain ceremonies. Some sources suggest even servants had to maintain a minimal standard before entering the inner sanctum, while others believe it was more flexible for messengers like you. You try your best. You pull the feather. You brush sand off your knees. You rinse your feet, carefully avoiding the fresh cut. Then you return to the gate. The guard stares. Then finally, begrudgingly, he waves you through. Victory. Inside, it's cooler, quiet. The noise of the village fades behind thick stone. You hear distant chanting, smell incense, myrrh and resin and lotus. It's oddly peaceful. A priest appears, his robes impossibly white. You hand him the scroll. He barely looks at you. Next time, wear proper sandals, he says. You bow. Again, as you back out of the temple, your left sandal finally gives up completely and falls apart. You step out of it and leave it behind. It lived a short, tragic life. You make the return journey barefoot. Every step on the way home burns twice as much. You try walking on the shaded side of the path, but it's covered in animal droppings. You choose pain over poop. You pass a cart of bricks and are nearly trampled. You shout a protest. The driver shouts back, "Then wear shoes next time, idiot." You trudge the last stretch on blistered feet, sun-chapped lips cracking, arms swinging like wet ropes. You arrive at the granary just as the overseer is handing out more tasks. You try to pretend you're invisible. It doesn't work. He calls your name. Of course he does. You shuffle toward the overseer. One sandal lost, the other flapping pitifully, like it's also trying to escape this life. Your feet are red, your dignity is beige, and the overseer's face tells you he's not in the mood for excuses. He squints at you, then sneers. You were seen near the royal procession path. You blink. What? Apparently, while limping back from your disastrous temple scroll delivery, you may have wandered too close to the main road leading toward the Pharaoh's bark station. You didn't notice. You were too busy trying to keep your last toe from falling off. Did you look at the procession? He asks flatly. You're not sure how to answer that. Because yes, you did. Not in awe. More like in exhausted confusion. You remember glancing up, eyes squinting against the sun, and seeing distant golden plumes, a lacquered chariot, a few fan bearers, and a human wall of guards. It didn't seem like a big deal. Apparently, it was. Here's your historical fact. Pharaohs were considered living gods, direct incarnations of Horus. Their processions weren't just royal parades. They were religious events. Looking too long, especially without bowing or shielding your eyes, could be interpreted as disrespect or even treason. You try to explain that you were just tired, that you didn't even realize what you were looking at, that your foot was bleeding, and maybe divine forgiveness could apply to this one. The overseer isn't impressed. There's a punishment? Unless you want me to report you to the temple officials, you definitely do not. So he points toward the public square and grunts, "Demonstration duty. Go." You limp off again, still unsure what that means, until you see the setup. There's a platform, a crowd, a man in a jackal mask reading off, names in a bored tone. Several people stand behind a line of crates, heads bowed. One is holding a clay jar and appears to be crying. You are shoved into the queue and handed a tunic. Not yours. It's too big, smelly, and dyed a deep red. Put it on. You're a shamed worker now, says a woman with a scarab tattoo and zero sympathy. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptian punishments weren't always lashes or exile, public shaming, making someone wear a specific color, shaving their head unevenly, or assigning them humiliating chores was a common way to correct behavior while preserving manpower, and nothing says humbling like wearing a cursed tunic and holding a goose in front of 50 people. Yes, You are now also holding a goose. Apparently, your role in the demonstration is to illustrate what happens to those who disrespect the pharaoh by pretending to be one. The goose is your royal symbol. The crowd is told you mocked the gods by pretending to be king of the poultry. They laugh. A lot. Children point. One throws a date pit at your foot. The goose honks in protest, either at you or the entire system. Historians still debate how much of these public rituals were state-sanctioned deterrents versus village-level performances. Some believe they were highly symbolic morality plays. Others suggest local officials got creative with punishments when actual legal channels took too long. In your case, you suspect it's just your unlucky face. After 20 minutes of being paraded across the square, followed by a small goat in a wreath, and another man pretending to cleanse you with smoke, your shame tour ends. You hand off the goose. It bites you. You're released, barefoot, tunic still on, with a mild concussion of pride. You try to sneak back into the granary, hoping for something to do that doesn't involve live animals or public humiliation. No, such luck. The moment you arrive, someone tosses a broom at you. The storage bins need sweeping. Rats again. You sigh and get to work, sweeping half-milled barley while avoiding the angry eyes of a rat the size of a loaf of bread. You whisper a warning to it. It stares back like it owns the grain. You decide to sweep faster. As the sun starts to dip low again, the day's punishment fading into memory, you wipe sweat from your eyes and lean against a wall. A kid runs by with a toy chariot made of sticks and rope. He looks at your red tunic and snickers. You slip it off and shove it under a crate. You are now shirtless, barefoot, bruised, bitten, humiliated, and possibly cursed by poultry. And to think, you only glanced at the royal procession for 3 seconds. The red tunic's ghost still clings to you, even though you stuffed it under a crate and mentally lit it on fire. You're back in your regular threadbare linen kilt, emphasis on threadbare, and limping toward what's left of the day. Your stomach grumbles again. Your pride is a fine powder, and then it hits you. Your skin. It's not just warm, it's screaming. You stop, slowly lifting your hand to your shoulder. Your fingers meet the unmistakable sting of sunburn. Then you check your chest, crimson. Your arms, roasted. The tops of your feet, medium well. You're fried, not in a poetic, kissed by Ra kind of way. No, you are in the forgot the sunscreen at the beach, and now you glow in the dark category. Every breeze feels like sandpaper. Every movement hurts. Even blinking feels like it might ignite something. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptians were very aware of the sun's power. While they worshipped Ra, the sun god, they also developed early methods of skin protection, linens, shade structures, and thick oils to coat the body. The rich had perfumes and lotions made from myrrh and frankincense. The poor? Not so much. You look around for anything that might help. A shade tree? Taken. A canopy? That's for nobles and temple guests. A water jug? Empty. Then you remember the crocodile dung. You snort. You laughed at it this morning, called it absurd. And yet, here you are, contemplating smearing literal predator poop on your arms. Because that was one of the more infamous remedies. Crocodile dung mixed with natron and plant oil created a thick, protective paste. Yes, it smelled worse than defeat, but it helped block the sun. You find an old worker near the clay pits, his back coated in what looks suspiciously like greenish mud. Is that, you ask? He nods without shame. You want some? You hesitate. He shrugs, scoops some from a pot, and hands it to you. Better than a scarab boil. Trust me. You rub it on. Instantly, everything smells like wet reptile and river rot. You gag, but you also stop burning. It's disgusting. It's effective. You're grateful and vaguely concerned about your life choices. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some historians believe the dung was also thought to have magical properties, providing not just sun protection, but divine shielding. Scholars still argue whether it was medicine, myth, or just a joke that got out of hand and stuck around for centuries. Either way, you now smell like a sacred swamp. You hobble toward a shaded wall, hoping for a few moments of stillness. Instead, you're greeted by the smells of sweat, fish, and incense. And somehow, none of them belong to you. A fish vendor's cart has broken a wheel, spilling dried catfish everywhere. Several cats take full advantage. You pass a man wearing a perfumed cone on his head. Literally. It's melting slowly in the heat, releasing a soft, floral scent as it drips down his hair. A wealthy merchant. You stare, wondering what it's like to smell good on purpose. You walk by a group of women applying kohl around their eyes. Not for fashion, but to reduce glare and infections. The black eyeliner, made from galena, has antimicrobial properties. You make a mental note to smear some on if you survive this week. And then, the wind changes. You smell you again. Burnt. Funky. Funky in a way that should be studied by scientists, if those existed yet. You duck into a side alley and find a trough of standing water. You lean in, intending to splash your face, when something floats to the surface. A rat? No. A date pit. Still, it's enough to convince you not to dunk your whole head. You settle for a partial rinse. Water hits your shoulders and mixes with the crocodile dung. You immediately regret it. The scent intensifies. A dog nearby starts barking at you. Another one whines and runs away. You begin to wonder if Ra is personally trolling you. Historians still argue whether the lower classes had consistent access to hygiene rituals, or if most cleanliness was limited to temple servants and the elite. But one thing's clear: being poor in the desert without aloe, soap, or deodorant made survival a nose-pinching affair. As you head back into the open, kids scatter ahead of you, maybe because of the smell, or maybe because one of them spots a cobra near the bakery. You don't even flinch. You're beyond fear now. You're sunburnt, sand-blasted, and dung-coated. You've transcended discomfort into something approaching absurdist enlightenment. A passing priest frowns at you. You look unwell. You nod solemnly. I'm learning. He considers this, then moves on. You decide to lean against a wall, close your eyes, and focus on breathing through your mouth. That works for about 7 seconds, until a beetle climbs onto your foot. Not just any beetle, a scarab. You remember the amulet you picked up earlier, You wonder if it summoned this thing. You flick the beetle off gently. It lands upright and keeps walking. You admire its grit. Meanwhile, the sun begins its slow descent, casting long shadows. The air cools slightly. You exhale just once and savor the non-scalding wind. Then someone calls your name. You groan. Time to help. With the temple cats, they shout. You don't even argue. At this point, what's a few more scratches? You push off the wall, crack your knees, smell like reptile, chaos, and limp toward the sacred felines. You are now entering the phase of the day known as surviving out of spite. You're still coated in crocodile dung. Let's not forget that. It's dried into a flaky crust on your shoulders, your back, and your dignity. But that doesn't stop the temple worker from thrusting a basket of dried fish into your arms and saying, "The cats are hungry. Be respectful. They are divine." You look down into the basket. The fish smell like they've been dead since the Second Dynasty. You nod, because at this point, feeding divine cats sounds like a step up in your career. You shuffle toward the inner courtyard where the sacred felines reside, sleek, golden-eyed, and completely unimpressed by humanity. You're greeted by about a dozen of them lounging on stone ledges, basking in the last rays of the sun as though they personally ordered the daylight. One of them, a fluffy, black-eared tomcat, saunters up to you, sniffs the fish, and swats your leg just to establish dominance. Here's your historical fact. In ancient Egypt, cats were sacred animals, believed to be protectors of the home and symbolic of the goddess Bastet, deity of protection, pleasure, and motherhood. Killing a cat, even by accident, was punishable by death. That's right, death. These creatures had more legal rights than most laborers. You begin laying the fish out one by one, murmuring apologies with each offering. The cats descend like silent royalty, delicately nibbling the dried carcasses, pausing occasionally to yawn in your face. Then comes the bad one, a scrappy orange cat with one eye, no tail, and the swagger of a pirate. He growls, grabs his fish, and bolts under a bench. Another cat follows, hissing. A temple worker sighs. Separate them. Again, you drop the basket, lunge under the bench, and immediately regret every choice in your life. It's hot under here. You can't see. You smell like poop and fish. And then a claw slices your forearm. You yelp and roll backward. The one-eyed cat trots past you, triumphant, fish dangling from its mouth like a trophy. A priest claps sarcastically. They sense weakness. You try to smile. It looks like pain. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some Egyptian families shaved off their eyebrows when their house cat died, as a form of mourning. In some tombs, mummified cats were placed alongside their owners, complete with tiny, gold-trimmed sarcophagi. Yes, the cats got coffins. You will be lucky if you get a hole. You collect the scattered fish and reset the offerings. A few cats now lounge directly on your lap. You don't dare move. One begins kneading your burned leg with its claws. It hurts, but it's also the most affection you've received all day. A priest walks by and raises an eyebrow. They like you. That's rare. You want to say, probably the smell. But you nod politely. Historians still debate how literal Egyptian worship of cats really was. Some claim Bastet's feline symbolism was more metaphoric, tied to domestic stability. Others argue the reverence was tangible, legal, spiritual, and deeply embedded in culture. What's not in debate? Cats ruled the place. You sit there, fishy, filthy, flaked in dung, arms scratched and sunburned, and think, these cats have a better retirement plan than you do. One curls up in your lap and purrs. For a moment, the chaos fades. There's a breeze. The incense smoke curls lazily in the corner. You breathe, and then a child screams. A toddler, naked, sticky, and running, dashes into the courtyard, holding a chicken. You don't know why. No one knows why. The chicken flaps. The cats scatter like a tactical military retreat. The priest face palms. You close your eyes. The chicken drops a gift near your foot. You sigh. You spend the next 20 minutes re-herding the cats with dried fish and broken dignity. Eventually, they settle. The pirate cat returns to his post. You wipe your forehead with your fish-scented hand and realize you may never eat seafood again. You stand, bones creaking, and prepare to leave. The temple assistant stops you. Clean the altar bowls before you go. Of course, you hobble to the back corner where the offering bowls sit, glazed clay, half filled with what used to be milk and is now cheese adjacent. You tip the bowls carefully, trying not to spill rancid liquid on your sandals. Oh, right. You're barefoot again. Perfect. As you rinse the bowls, a cloud of incense smoke rolls over your face. You cough and nearly drop a bowl. A nearby priest glares at you like you just insulted his grandmother's bread. You finish cleaning and bow out. Literally. The cats watch you leave like they're judging your performance. Back in the open air, the sun is nearly gone. The sky glows gold and mauve. You're scratched, scorched, soiled, and spiritually humbled by a herd of holy house cats. You limp away, finally free, only to hear the overseer's voice calling you back. Of course, again, you're halfway to convincing yourself that the day must be nearly over when the overseer, whose voice somehow travels farther than common sense, calls you over with a grunt and a flick of the wrist. You brace yourself. Temple's full, he says, handing you a bucket of water that smells vaguely of incense and goat. But you wanted peace, right? Go to the sanctuary. You blink. The sanctuary. Temple of Khnum. You're allowed to pray if you clean. You take the bucket and limp through the village outskirts, crossing cracked stone paths lined with amulets for protection and little piles of offerings that range from beautiful lotus petals to what appears to be a half-eaten fig. You finally reach the sanctuary. From a distance, it looks serene. A set of gleaming white columns, tall and straight, wrapped in vines of painted glyphs. Palm trees sway gently nearby. Birds circle in lazy spirals above. It's quiet, too quiet. You step into the outer courtyard. Instant humidity. The air changes. It smells of old stone, burnt resin, and something metallic, like old bronze tools left out in the sun. Your footsteps echo off the walls. You pass a wall engraving of Khnum, ram-headed, crafting humanity on a potter's wheel. You wonder if He sneezed the day you were made. You bow. You try to mean it. Here's your historical fact. Temples in ancient Egypt were not open to the general public. They were the homes of the gods, literal divine residences. Only purified priests were allowed into the innermost sanctuaries. Ordinary citizens worshipped from the outer courts, offering food, incense, and prayers. If you were allowed in to help, it meant you had scrub duty, and only scrub duty. You dip your rag into the ceremonial water and begin wiping the floor. Not just wiping, polishing. The floor is made of enormous limestone slabs, each one so smooth you can see your filthy reflection. You try not to look. As you scrub, a priest glides past, bald, barefooted, skin oiled to a shine. He doesn't speak. He doesn't nod. He just floats. You feel like a donkey tied to a golden chariot. You clean harder. Then comes the smell. Burnt myrrh, sweet and smoky. A new batch of incense is being prepared, and it wafts over you in thick waves. Your eyes water. You cough once, quietly. Still, a young acolyte nearby shoots you a glare. Here's your quirky tidbit. Temple incense wasn't just aromatic. It was sacred. Specific recipes were protected, burned at precise times of day, to honor gods, cleanse spirits, and mask the very real smell of human bodies in 100-degree stone rooms. Some blends were so expensive that thieves were said to break into temples just to steal the powder. You continue scrubbing. The floor is spotless. You know because your own knees are starting to leave sweat marks. Then you reach the offering zone. It's chaos. The altar table is full of things. Old figs, dried fish, a spilled bowl of milk, and somehow a smashed idol head that looks suspiciously like it was dropped during a clumsy moment and carefully hidden behind some papyrus. You stare at it. It stares back. You gather the offerings into baskets. The fig is moldy. The fish is attracting flies. The milk smells like regret. You tiptoe to the disposal urn, trying to avoid eye contact with the gods. On your way back, you hear murmurs from deeper in the temple. You can't go there. You shouldn't go there. But the sound is eerie, like a chant and a hum and something else. Something not quite human. You edge closer. Then a voice behind you. Stop. You freeze. Priest appears, looking mildly annoyed and deeply radiant. Do not go beyond the second gate. You nod so quickly, your neck cracks. Instead, he says, pointing to a new task, help remove the unclean things. You turn and see it. A basket of shaved hair. Human hair. Dark, coiled, damp from temple steam. Hair from ritual purification. You swallow your pride and pick up the basket. It's surprisingly heavy. You carry it outside, past the gate, and dump it into the ceremonial pit. You think you're done, but then you hear the voice again. Do not touch the god statues. You turn. I didn't. Don't even look. Too long. You nod. Again. Historians still argue whether the statues of gods were thought to house the actual spirit of the deity or merely served as symbolic links to the divine. Some texts suggest priests woke the statues every morning with prayers, food, and perfume. Others believe the rituals were more theatrical. Either way, you're not taking chances. As you bow one last time and step back into the blinding light outside the temple, something shifts. You realize you don't feel calmer. You feel watched. Maybe it's the gods. Maybe it's the priests. Or maybe it's that one cat from earlier, now following you at a distance, like a fuzzy spirit guide. You walk home in silence. Your skin itches. Your knees ache. You smell like incense and abandonment. You tried to find sanctuary. You found chores. Welcome to ancient Egypt. You limp back into the village, with your legs trembling like papyrus in the breeze, only to hear the words you feared most. Hey, you, come quick. We need a witness. You turn slowly, like someone already halfway through their last lifetime, and see a pair of temple attendants waving frantically toward a small mud brick building behind the incense stalls. One holds a cloth over his nose. The other is pale in a way that doesn't happen often in this climate. You don't want to be a witness. You want to be unconscious, but you nod because saying no in ancient Egypt is often followed by sweeping someone else's goat dung. You enter the room. Instant regret. There's a table. There's a body. There are linen strips. There's a long bronze hook. Welcome to your first close encounter with mummification prep. Here's your historical fact. Mummification was a sacred and meticulous process reserved for the wealthy, priests, and royals. It involved the removal of internal organs, dehydration of the body with natron, a natural salt, and careful wrapping in linen bandages. The brain was commonly removed through the nose, using that long hook-shaped tool now glinting in the afternoon light. You stare at the body. It's clearly dead, but not fresh. The skin is sunken. The eyes have been replaced with black stones, and the smell, despite incense and oils, is like hot meat left under a rock. The embalmers don't flinch. One chews dates as he works. You back into a corner. Just to observe, one says. Sometimes we show laborers so they remember to respect the afterlife. You nod, wondering if you'll ever eat again. The priest begins to demonstrate. He tilts the head back, inserting the hook up the nose. There's a crunching noise, followed by an uncomfortable sloshing sound. You fight every instinct to run. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians didn't always remove the brain. In early periods, it became standard practice later in the Old Kingdom. Interestingly, they believed the heart, not the brain, was the seat of intelligence and emotion. The brain, basically a head filler, unnecessary in the afterlife. You shift your weight and accidentally knock over a small clay jar labeled stomach. The lid falls off. A squelch follows. Everyone glares. You replace the lid, very slowly, very quietly. Then comes the part where the body is rubbed with oils and resin, frankincense, myrrh, and palm wine, each chosen to preserve and sanctify. The scent isn't unpleasant, but it doesn't mask the underlying truth. This is not a spa treatment. It's a preservation ritual that walks the line between science and sacred mystery. The attendant begins wrapping the feet, chanting a protective verse. You recognize one word, Ma'at, the goddess of truth and order. Fitting, since your day has contained none of that. Historians still argue whether the chants used during mummification had actual scriptural content or were more symbolic in nature. Some believe they referenced detailed passages from the Book of the Dead. Others think they were simplified. Rhythmic prayers passed down orally by generations of embalmers. You're still trying to process the image of a human brain leaking out of a nostril when the priest smiles at you. Would you like to help? You freeze. No, you say, very respectfully. No, thank you. He chuckles. Wise. They continue wrapping. Fingers, legs, torso. Amulets are inserted at key points, over the heart, between the toes, beneath the tongue. You catch sight of one, a green scarab, almost like the one you picked up earlier. You glance down at your belt, where yours still hangs. You suddenly feel less confident about pocketing ancient trinkets. One worker seals the body in a temporary wooden shell. We'll paint it tomorrow, he says. After it dries a little. You think about that. A drying body, baking in the heat. Overnight. Sleep's going to be fun. You bow to the priests and back out of the room as quickly and quietly as possible. The air outside smells like sweat and dust and not human goo, which is a considerable improvement. You wander toward the edge of the village, trying to forget. You fail. Then something hits your chest. A cartwheel, rolling by. It was being pushed too fast, and now you're covered in flour. A boy chases it, shouts a quick apology, and vanishes. You brush yourself off, laugh once, hollow and tired, and look to the horizon. The sky is slowly turning to fire again, glowing orange and purple. Somewhere, a funeral song begins. Low, steady, distant. You pass by the shrine, where you tossed that crust of bread earlier. A bird is pecking at it now. Probably divine judgment. You sit on a stone, watching the day slide toward dusk, your head still full of hooks and jars and bandages. Somewhere behind you, a voice says, "We'll need someone to clean the embalming basin tomorrow." You pretend not to hear. You're mentally negotiating with every deity you've heard of to not be picked for basin scrubbing duty tomorrow. When someone taps your shoulder, it's a young man with a toothy grin, a clay jug in one hand and a gleam in his eye. You look like you need cheering up, he says. Come, we're going to the market. I know a girl. You don't really want to go anywhere, but your other options are being alone with the memory of that embalming hook, or watching the sun boil your sunburn further. So you nod. He leads you toward the heart of the village, where for once the air buzzes with something other than heat and complaints. You hear music, strings, clapping, laughter. Someone plays a double pipe. A small crowd has gathered near a stall overflowing with jewelry and perfume jars. And there she is, a young woman, head covered with a scarf, pouring beer from a jug into tiny clay cups. Her laugh is bright. Her eyes scan the crowd and land, unfortunately, on you. You're still covered in temple dust, funeral anxiety, and at least one layer of crocodile dung. You try to smooth your linen. It doesn't help. Your friend whispers, "She's unmarried. Her father's a cobbler. She likes poets." You are not a poet. You are barely a functioning organism at this point. But before you can escape, she walks over and offers you a drink. You take the cup, sip. It's sweet, fermented date beer. Not bad. You manage a half smile and a thank you. Here's your historical fact. Courtship in ancient Egypt was a practical, but affectionate process. Love poems survived on papyrus scrolls and ostraca, filled with yearning and romantic metaphor. Relationships were often arranged by families, but affection and partnership were deeply valued in the culture. Marriage was common, and divorce, while not ideal, was also socially acceptable. You try a line. Your beer tastes like a hymn. She raises an eyebrow. A hymn? A good hymn. She laughs. Progress. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some ancient Egyptians believed that a love potion could be made from crushed mandrake root, honey, and crocodile fat. Others relied on charms, often shaped like Hathor's face, to win affection. But the most powerful tool? Bread. A man who could offer fresh, warm bread was already halfway to marriage. You have no bread, but she seems amused by your awkwardness. She points at your shoulder. Is that dung? You glance down. Right. That's still there. Sunburn protection, you say weakly. Divine recipe, she chuckles. You poor thing. Then, unexpectedly, she hands you a small cloth, scented with lavender oil. Here, you need this more than I do. You thank her, again, sincerely, then offer the most valuable thing in your possession, your scarab amulet. She blinks. You're giving me this? You hesitate. It might be cursed, or sacred, or both. For luck, you say. She holds it like it matters. Then maybe you'll be lucky enough to come back tomorrow. Your friend watches from the side, grinning like he's won a bet. You glance at him. He mouths, say something smart. You clear your throat. If I survive tonight, I'll bring bread. It's not Shakespeare, but it gets a smile. Historians still argue whether romantic love in ancient Egypt resembled our modern version. Some scholars believe their idea of partnership was deeply tied to household duty and lineage. Others point to poetry that speaks of longing, of heartache, of sleepless nights spent whispering to the stars. Either way, their hearts beat much like ours. As you walk away, still clutching the lavender-scented cloth, the village begins to shift again. The stalls start to close. Lamps are lit. Fireflies rise from the marshes. You spot couples chatting near water jugs. A grandmother scolds a boy trying to impress someone twice his age. And you? You are trying not to limp as you carry your first romantic victory since waking up in this sand-covered, pain-soaked simulation of life. You pass the bakery, its windows glowing, the scent of rising loaves breaking through the layers of dust and dung in your nostrils. You'll need bread tomorrow, maybe even honey. You check your pouch. Nothing but lint and sandal scraps. You'll need a miracle, but at least you now have a reason to pray for one. You're walking back toward your sleeping spot. If you can call a dusty mat and a wall that leans like it's reconsidering its career a spot, when an older man rushes past you, panting, "Don't go near the western tomb," he hisses. "Someone disturbed the wall. Goats are sick now. Crops too. It's cursed." You blink. What happened? He doesn't stop to explain, but others do. Soon, the village is buzzing. People, gathering in clusters, whispering, eyes wide, fingers pointing toward the low hills where the older tombs rest. Someone entered one. Someone touched the inscriptions. Someone brought a curse. And you remember, earlier today, You were looking for shade after the fish cat debacle. You ducked behind a crumbling wall near the old tombs. It was cool, quiet, and there was that panel, slightly chipped, covered in faded red ochre. You traced it absent-mindedly, just curious. You didn't mean to disturb anything, but apparently you might have. Here's your historical fact. The ancient Egyptians were deeply protective of their tombs, not just for physical reasons, but spiritual ones. Tombs weren't just resting places, they were portals to eternity. Defiling them could interrupt the deceased's journey in the afterlife and anger their protective deities. Warnings were often carved in stone, curses upon grave robbers, invokings of Anubis to weigh one's sins. You didn't steal anything, but even touching the wrong glyph could be interpreted as an offense. A group of villagers is gathered near the temple gate now, arguing. It was the goats, one says. They stopped eating. No, another insists. My daughter hasn't stopped coughing since the wall was smudged. A priest appears, regal, calm, deeply suspicious. The symbols were disturbed. He says, someone interfered with the names. You shift your weight, feeling like the only person wearing a cloak made of guilt and goat droppings. The priest raises a staff and declares, the tomb must be purified. The offender must be identified. The curse will grow. You slip behind a cart. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians believed names had power. If a name on a tomb was damaged or erased, it could sever the deceased's soul from immortality. Tomb curses weren't just threats. They were magical protections meant to preserve legacy, status, and passage into the afterlife. A careless smudge could doom a soul. You didn't smudge a name, did you? You remember tracing one of the birds, maybe brushing a finger over a reed symbol. There was a name nearby, a pharaoh's scribe. If you recall the style of the headdress carved nearby, you return to your mat and sit, quiet. The priest continues speaking in the distance, and someone nearby sharpens a reed pen, probably to write down names of suspects. You hear the new boy mentioned once. Then again, you stare at the lavender cloth in your pocket. You thought your biggest problem tonight would be how to get bread in the morning. Now you might be blamed for a divine drought. Historians still argue whether tomb curses were believed by everyone or mostly symbolic deterrents. Early forms of no trespassing signs for sacred spaces, but archaeological records show real fear around disturbing graves, especially among workers and peasants. You whisper a prayer to Thoth, god of wisdom, then one to Bastet, and a few to Anubis, just in case. You cover all your bases. The stars begin to rise, brilliant against the darkening sky. The sounds of the village shift. Fewer voices now, more animals settling in, more nighttime hush. But the tension remains. The goats are still sick. The villagers are still whispering. The priest is still watching. And the tomb wall, still touched. You lie back on your mat, eyes wide, replaying the moment your finger traced that dusty panel. You remember the shape. You remember the chill. You wonder if the afterlife is already preparing your welcome party. Morning comes, and it does not bring forgiveness. The sun rises like it holds a personal grudge against you, baking the village in gold and punishment. Roosters scream, goats wheeze, and someone shouts from down the path, They're checking the grain scrolls today. If your name's not on it, no bread. You sit up fast, too fast. Your spine protests like it's been sleeping under bricks. You scramble to your feet, burnt, bruised, and cursed in all the ways that matter, and hobble toward the granary with the rest of the half-starved masses. You arrive at the registry hut, breathless, smelling like yesterday's trouble. A long line coils outside. The scribe is seated in the shade with a scroll in one hand and the look of a man who believes he's the final boss of bureaucracy. You inch forward, watching as each person steps up, gives their name, shows a wax-sealed token or a chiseled tablet, and receives their ration: 2 loaves, a jug of beer, sometimes a dried onion if the gods are feeling generous. You reach the front. Name? He says without looking. You give it. He frowns. Seal. You pause. Seal. He finally looks at you, directly this time. Do you have the official seal of registration? Clay stamp, reed signature, or temple mark? You hold up your hands, empty, dusty, flaking with what may still be traces of crocodile sunscreen. He sighs, leans back, and writes something on the scroll. You try to peek. It does not look like approved. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptian resource distribution was tightly controlled, especially in times of famine or festival. Grain, beer, and bread were often rationed by name, job title, or family lineage. Registry documents were kept on scrolls or carved into stone tablets, sometimes requiring seals to verify identity and entitlement. You stammer something about delivering scrolls to the temple yesterday, about cleaning, praying, feeding cats, and probably being cursed. He waves you off. No seal, no ration. You start to argue, then remember the public shame tunic. You back away, humiliated. Again, behind you, a woman whispers, "He's the one who touched the tomb." You spin around. She pretends not to see you. The crowd parts, not out of respect, but suspicion. Here's your quirky tidbit. Names weren't just labels. They were sacred markers. Your name was tied to your soul's ability to live forever. If it wasn't recorded, if it was erased or forgotten, it meant spiritual death. So when you're left off the grain scrolls, you're not just hungry, you're nobody. You shuffle away, stomach growling, head down. You consider begging, but that doesn't go well in a town where even cats get their own tribute bowls. You try the baker's stall next. You recognize the girl from yesterday, the one with the lavender cloth and the patient smile. She's setting out loaves, one by one, each still warm. She spots you. Did you bring bread? You open your hands. Empty. She tilts her head. No seal either. You shake your head. She looks at you for a moment, then quietly hands you a small piece. Just one end of a loaf. Nothing grand, but it's soft, warm, real. You nod your thanks, and she says, "You owe me a full one." You whisper, "With honey." She grins. As you bite into the bread, it tastes better than anything you've eaten in days, probably weeks. It melts on your tongue. For a moment, the sun doesn't feel so cruel. Then, a shout from the temple square, "Assembly! All workers to the plaza." You limp toward the crowd gathering around a new list. nailed to the side of the granary. Fresh names, fresh tasks. You find your own scratched in faint reed ink. Courier, again, but next to it, a symbol you don't recognize. 3 birds and a horizontal line. A temple scribe sees your confusion and says, "You've been marked as unregistered. No further rations until proper proof. You're a ghost with a sunburn now, a shade in yesterday's sandals." Historians still argue whether these kinds of registries were enforced across all gnomes or just major temple towns. Some say smaller villages used more informal means, word of mouth, barter, favor systems. Others believe the scroll system was universal, tied to the kingdom's attempt at total divine order. You look at the crowd. Some laugh. Some avoid your eyes. You're not just poor now. You're unofficial, which, in ancient Egypt, means you're disposable. You slink toward the edge of the plaza. A dog follows. You toss it a crumb of your bread. It doesn't even sniff. It just sits beside you. You whisper to the air, "So now what?" And somewhere in the distance, the wind carries a reply. Or maybe it's just another sneeze from a cursed goat. The rest of the day blurs into a hungry haze. You spend most of it trying to look useful while staying invisible. No small task when your sandals are disintegrating and your social status has dropped below pyramid stone. By dusk, you're back near the workers' camp, trying to rest your back against a wall without reopening your sunburn. You're tired, you're sticky, you're starving, and that crust of bread you bartered for this morning, long gone. That's when someone walks by holding what looks like dinner. It's a dried fish, charred on the outside, stiff as a plank, and smelling like it was fished out sometime during the reign of Khufu. But it's food. Your stomach growls in betrayal. You nod to the man. "Trade?" He eyes you. "You got beer?" You don't. He walks on. "Here's your historical fact. Fish, particularly dried or salted, was a staple food in ancient Egypt, especially for the lower classes. The Nile teemed with tilapia and catfish, and preservation techniques made fish last for weeks, even months. Unfortunately, by the time it reached the hands of a common laborer like you, it was often more fossil than filet. You finally scavenge a meal. A sympathetic basket weaver hands you a strip of something he calls fish jerky. You take a bite. It crunches, not because it's fried, because it's bone. You chew around it like an archaeologist trying to preserve a fragment. The taste, salt, regret, and ancient mud. As you choke it down, you hear a familiar voice, your scroll-carrying friend from earlier. He plops down beside you with a gourd of something sloshing. "Beer?" he offers. You sip, and instantly regret it. Thick, bitter, slightly warm, and either a barley chunk or a bug just past your tongue. Still, your stomach settles a little, and you take another sip. Survival doesn't taste good, but it does taste. He grins. They say there's a feast tomorrow at the temple. You raise an eyebrow. "For the gods," he adds, "which means scraps for us." He clinks his gourd against yours. "If we get lucky." You try to laugh, but your teeth are protesting. One of your molars throbs, deep, sharp, rhythmic. You poke at it with your tongue. Bad idea. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptian bread, ground with stone tools, often contained grit and sand. Over time, this wore down teeth, leading to constant dental issues. Many mummies show signs of abscesses, fractured enamel, and infections. The wealthiest had access to rudimentary dental care. Most others just gritted their ground down teeth and carried on. You chew carefully now. Every bite is a gamble. Someone nearby coughs hard. Another mutters about frogs in the well. A woman spits twice and sprinkles natron on the ground. Superstition is thick tonight. One child swears he saw a jackal at the village edge. Another claims a neighbor's cat spoke his name. The man beside you sighs. You hear their calling names tomorrow? You freeze. For what? For the next quarry crew. Out east, you close your eyes. Quarry duty. You've heard stories, hauling blocks under a hammering sun, blistered hands, broken backs, scorpion nests under every rock. Some don't come back. Historians still argue whether quarry labor was a form of paid employment or thinly veiled punishment. Some believe skilled stonemasons were prized and treated well. Others insist the majority were conscripted workers, fed barely enough to stand. You don't want to find out. You look at your hand, mud-scarred, ink-stained, cat-scratched, and realize none of it makes you useful to a quarry, unless they need a sunburned corpse for measurement. Night deepens. The stars blink into view. The air cools at last, and you lie back on the hard ground, arms folded over your chest. You feel like a mummy already, stiff, wrapped in grime, wondering what version of afterlife awaits you tomorrow. You hear someone singing a lullaby in the distance, soft, rhythmic, calming, the kind sung to children who don't know about curses and rations and tooth pain. You wish you could believe in the words. A frog croaks nearby. A mosquito lands on your cheek. You don't even bother swatting. Instead, you whisper a promise to yourself. Tomorrow, you will find a name scroll. You will get a seal, and bread, and maybe a second chance with the girl from the stall. But tonight, you will settle for not dreaming about fish bones. Sleep, if you can call it that, is shallow and twitchy. Your body aches like it's been beaten with reeds. Your mosquito bites have mosquito bites. And at one point, you're convinced you hear a snake hissing under your mat. It's just a beetle, a large, judgmental one. By sunrise, you've come to a stunning realization. You are officially a snack, not metaphorically, literally. As you peel yourself off the mat, you discover red bumps blooming like a harvest across your arms and neck. Mosquitoes clearly threw an all-night party, and you were the buffet. You stumble toward the well to splash your face and maybe scrub off some of the curses. You're not the only one. Half the village is there, scratching, groaning, muttering. One boy's ear looks like it fought a swarm and lost. You hear a woman complain, "The frogs are back. I found 2 in my oven." Someone else chimes in, "The well's gone cloudy again." Another adds, "The gods are displeased." You're beginning to think the gods are always displeased. Here's your historical fact. In the flood season, Egypt's humid delta region became a paradise for insects and a nightmare for everyone else. Mosquitoes thrived in the still waters. Frogs, a symbol of rebirth and fertility, would often overpopulate, hopping into homes and wells. While revered in myth, In reality, they were loud, wet, and everywhere. You duck into a reed shelter to relieve yourself, only to discover the makeshift latrine is now occupied, not by a person, by a family of frogs. They stare at you like you're intruding. One jumps into your foot basin. You give up and step outside, sighing. A passing elder waves a bundle of herbs under your nose. Boil this, he says. We'll keep away the creatures. You sniff it. Smells like river mud and vinegar. What is it? Secret recipe, he says. Passed down from my grandfather's goat. You don't ask further. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians had surprisingly extensive pest control methods. They used oils, plant mixtures, incense, and even netting to ward off flies and mosquitoes. Some households kept geckos around for natural insect control. Others wore amulets shaped like frogs to appease the amphibian spirits. You do not have a gecko or an amulet. What you do have is itchy skin, no breakfast, and the lingering worry that you're still on the cursed list. You wander toward the grain store again, just in case. A new scribe is working today. You give your name. Again. He frowns. Again. You are not on the list. You point to your chest. But I'm here. I exist. He shrugs. So do the frogs. They don't get rations either. You consider debating. But a mosquito lands on your eye. You flail. You lose. You walk away. Back near the shade. You spot something unexpected. A covered stall with a new healer in town. She's unpacking jars, green, red, blue pastes, and speaking to a group of women. You edge closer. She waves you over. You look swollen. You nod. And bitten. And possibly cursed. She raises an eyebrow. A full package. She smears something cold onto your arm. It smells like mint and something peppery. The relief is instant. You exhale through your teeth. Lotus and neem, she says proudly, repels the flying ones. For a time, you stare. Do you take trade? She nods. Got a spare reed comb? A fish hook? A story? You pause. A story? She smiles. A good one. So you sit. You tell her about the fish cart, the cats, the tomb wall, the red tunic. She listens, hums, and hands you a full jar of the minty potion. For entertainment value alone, she says. You tuck it into your pouch, like treasure. Historians still argue whether most rural Egyptians had access to organized medicine. There were physician priests trained in healing lore, but many common people relied on midwives, herbalists, and traveling healers. Some trained, some not. Remedies ranged from effective herbal salves to, well, goat-based science. You walk back through the alleys, freshly oiled, no longer a mosquito attraction. For now, that's when you spot a group of people gathered around a well. Someone's holding up a frog by the leg, shouting, "It's a sign of plague." The frog croaks indignantly. You walk past without comment. You've had enough omens for 1 week. Instead, you return to the small bread stall. She's there. Again. You offer the mint-scented jar. I don't have bread, but this might make your arms stop itching. She takes it, opens the lid, sniffs, then nods. You're improving. You glance at your skin, still covered in bites and fish scales and possibly guilt. But maybe she's right. Maybe you are improving, just in time for the next disaster. Night falls again, and with it comes the illusion, just the illusion, of peace. You lie flat on your back, staring at the stars. Your sunburn has peeled into flakes. Your mosquito bites are inflamed despite the minty paste. The frogs haven't stopped croaking for 3 hours, and somewhere in the distance, someone's playing a double pipe, so off-key it sounds like 2 cats arguing about religion. You turn onto your side, and then you hear it, howling, low, distant, drawn-out howling, like a wind that learned to growl. Then another joins it, then a third, closer. You sit up slowly. All around you, other heads are rising, eyes squinting into the dark. Someone whispers, "Jackals." Another replies, "No, those are bad jackals." You don't know what that means, but your blood pressure spikes anyway. Jackals were always in the background of Egyptian life. Scavengers, prowlers, shadows of the desert. But when they gather and howl like this, even the old women stop their gossip. You clutch your cloth wrap a little tighter. Here's your historical fact. Jackals held a dual role in ancient Egypt. On one hand, they were feared nighttime predators and grave robbers. On the other, they were sacred, emblematic of Anubis, the god of embalming and the afterlife. Tombs often featured jackal statues to guard the dead, but still, no one wanted a real one near their house. One particularly sharp howl cuts through the night. A baby cries somewhere. The village elder mutters something about a soul wandering without a name. And you just want to sleep. You roll over and try to ignore it. But the jackals keep calling. Your mind spirals. Is it about the tomb again? Are the gods sending a messenger? Or is it just the universe reminding you that you're still cursed, still hungry, and still not on the grain scroll? Then comes the snoring. Your neighbor, a man built like a brick oven, begins snoring like he's inhaling sand and exhaling thunder. You try covering your ears. You stuff bits of linen into them. It helps. Barely. But your mind won't quiet. The day's images flash again. Scarab amulets, sharp fish bones, the temple cats glaring, the girl's smile, the priest's staff, and yes, the tomb wall. You sigh and sit up. Maybe walking will help. You tiptoe past the sleeping bodies, across cracked earth and scattered reeds. The moon lights your path in silver. Every frog croak makes you twitch. You end up near the edge of the village, close to the granary towers. There's a breeze here. You lean against a storage wall and let your eyes drift shut. That's when a goat headbutts you in the knee. You yelp, stumble, and nearly fall onto a pile of broken pottery. The goat, undisturbed, chews a piece of linen that probably once belonged to someone you know. You back away slowly, questioning all your life choices. Here's your quirky tidbit. Goats in ancient Egypt were not just livestock, they were spiritual omens in some regions. A goat refusing to eat could signify divine displeasure. A goat walking in a circle meant spirits were nearby. A goat that headbutts a man with no bread, probably just hungry. You limp back toward your mat and find someone has shifted in their Sleep, stealing most of your sleeping space. You wedge yourself between two bodies like a papyrus bookmark and try again. A bug lands on your lip. You flick it away. Then it lands again. You sit up and groan softly. This is the real reason no one talks about ancient Egypt after dark. Not the curses, not the gods, the lack of rest. Historians still argue whether common workers got full nights of sleep or operated on polyphasic rhythms, brief naps between duties. Some tomb texts suggest rest was considered sacred. Others suggest it was more like, you'll sleep when you're dead. You stretch out flat again. Your joints pop in protest. You pull your cloth over your face. Ignore the jackals, the goats, the frogs, the flutes, the snoring, the hunger, the guilt, and the overwhelming aroma of 400 unwashed humans crammed into one village radius. And somehow, against all odds, you drift into a dream where the Nile flows with beer, your sandals are soft, and someone finally puts your name on the scroll. Then you hear it. That same flute again. Sharp, off key, close. You open one eye and see the musician walking right past your bedroll, completely unaware of the psychic damage he's inflicting on the community. You lay back. There is no escape. Only frogs, only jackals, only dreams where even the gods snore. You wake up the next morning with a sore neck, a mosquito bite on your eyelid, and the distinct sensation that someone's been judging you in your sleep. Spoiler, they have. A priest is standing a few feet away, arms crossed, eyeing you like you've just tracked dung into a sacred sanctuary, which, honestly, isn't impossible at this point. You offered no incense yesterday, he says flatly. You blink. I was hauling bricks, and fish, and a cat tried to kill me. He's not moved. Even the poorest offer something. A song, a prayer, a token. You sit up slowly, back cracking. I didn't think the gods would want anything from me right now. He tilts his head. That's not how it works. And with that, he walks off, robes flowing dramatically, as though he's the star of a sand-based soap opera. You sigh. You know what's coming. Another temple visit. But this time, not for cleaning, not for cats, not even for fish. This time, you're seeking favor, or forgiveness, or at the very least, clarification. You grab what little you have. A half-burnt reed charm, a dried lotus petal you found stuck in your sandal, and a chunk of chalky incense someone dropped days ago, and trudge toward the nearest shrine. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptians believed in reciprocal devotion. You honor the gods, and they protect you. Offerings weren't just grand statues or piles of gold. They were food, scent, music, even personal effort. To be seen by a god meant to be acknowledged, to be real. To be ignored, that was spiritual oblivion. You step into the small sanctuary. The altar is cool, smooth, shadowed by columns. A priest nods for you to kneel. You do. You place your offerings gently. The petal, the charm, the incense, they look pitiful. The priest lights the incense with a coal, and thin smoke curls upward, joining others already spiraling into the air. Name? He asks. You give it. He frowns. I do not see it in the scroll. Of course not. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some temples had enormous record-keeping systems. Clerks tracked every offering and its source. This wasn't just bureaucracy. It was spiritual accounting. Your name in a temple log meant you existed in the eyes of the divine. Without that, your prayers could fall on deaf, celestial ears. I've been a bit off the list lately, you mutter. The priest glances at your burnt skin, torn tunic, and general aura of chaos. I can tell. He gestures toward a nearby priestess. You must do something more than incense. You follow her into a side chamber. It smells of crushed herbs and boiling resin. A purification pool glistens. She hands you a dull blade. Shave, she says. You blink. All of it? She nods. The gods prefer no interference. You shave. Badly. Your scalp nicks twice. You look like a bird molting under pressure. You feel cold without your hair. Like the gods just peeled off one more layer of comfort. You return, bald and humbled. The priest gives a slight nod. Better. Then he steps aside, and you face the small statue of a minor deity, one of the household gods, not Ra, not Osiris, not Hathor, a lesser one, a quiet one. You don't know what to say, so you just talk. You explain the sunburn, the scroll problem, the frogs, the girl, the fish bones, the tomb wall. You ask, do I matter? The statue doesn't respond, but the breeze shifts, and the incense curls just a little differently. A priest mutters a phrase behind you. To be seen is to be. You nod. Slowly. Maybe the gods don't need grand things. Maybe showing up is the offering. Historians still argue whether belief in divine attention was literal or performative. Did the gods truly listen? Or was the act of devotion what shaped identity? But to Egyptians, the answer didn't matter. What mattered was showing up. You exit the temple cleaner than you felt in days. Lighter, less itchy, and perhaps marginally less cursed. Back in the village, someone hands you a small fig. No name, no smile. Just a fig. You take it as a sign. By mid-morning, your head is buzzing, not from enlightenment, but from the throbbing pain in your jaw. That molar you ignored yesterday, it's back, and it has brought friends. You try to chew the fig someone gave you, but the moment your teeth make contact, lightning bolts shoot up your face and down into your spine. You yelp, quietly. Of course, in ancient Egypt, public displays of discomfort are for children and nobles. You clutch your cheek and start wandering. Maybe a healer, maybe a priest, maybe someone who will knock the tooth out with a ceremonial staff and call it a blessing. Your neighbor spots you grimacing. Tooth pain? You nod. He winces in sympathy. You need the copper man. The what? The dentist. You swallow. That word, dentist, already hurts more than the tooth. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptians had early forms of dentistry. Some tooth doctors used copper tools to scrape, drill, and pack cavities with linen or herbal poultices. There's evidence of rudimentary dental prosthetics, though mostly symbolic. For commoners, treatment often meant enduring, extracting, or praying harder. You find the copper man near the edge of the village. His hut smells like wine vinegar and desperation. His tools lie on a stone table, bent copper hooks, bone spatulas, and a hammer that looks like it's seen things. He squints at your mouth. Upper left? You nod, already regretting everything. Lean back. You do. He pours a small splash of sour wine into your mouth. Swish. You swish. Spit. You spit. Then he wraps a linen cloth around your head and jams a wad of garlic-soaked something under your tongue. You gag. Good, he says. Now hold still. He doesn't give you time to question anything. His fingers are in your mouth. The copper pick is cold, then warm, then hot, because it's been near the brazier. You feel a tug, then a pop, then screaming. Yours, but muffled, because there's still a wad of garlic in your mouth. Here's your quirky tidbit. Garlic was a go-to cure-all in ancient Egypt, used for infections, strength, and even as payment for pyramid workers. It was the penicillin of its time, minus the pleasant smell. Unfortunately, it did not help with actual dental extractions, except perhaps to distract the patient. You stumble out of the hut, holding your jaw. The world is blurry. Your mouth is full of cotton and regret. The pain is different now, sharper, but also strangely clear. You've lost something important. Maybe a bit of tooth, maybe a chunk of your soul. A boy runs past and shouts, "You smell like pickled onions." You do not disagree. You wobble toward the water jars. Rinse. Spit. The blood swirls like a tiny Nile. You consider lying down forever. Instead, you make it to a shady spot behind the bakery, where a few other unfortunate souls sit nursing bandaged feet, splintered fingers, and broken dignity. One man looks at you and simply says, "Copper?" You nod. He pats the stone beside him. "Sit. Welcome to the club." You do. You lean your head back against the wall, close your eyes, and try to breathe past the pain. Somewhere nearby, a woman is singing. You don't know the words, but they soothe you. A lullaby, a prayer, a warning. At this point, it doesn't matter. Historians still argue whether ancient Egyptian medicine was truly advanced or just creatively dangerous. The Immerse papyrus outlines treatments that sound effective, but also includes spells for teeth possessed by demons and rituals involving crushed mouse tails. Still, their understanding of infection, inflammation, and even surgery was startling for its time. You open one eye. A cat walks by with a lizard in its mouth. It pauses, stares at you, and drops the lizard. A gift? You nod at the cat. It leaves. Your mouth is still bleeding. Your breath smells like death and seasoning. But somehow, you're alive. You survived Egyptian dentistry. Barely. You lie back again and whisper, "I just wanted some bread." A nearby man coughs a laugh. It always starts with bread. You're still sitting behind the bakery, jaw swollen like a melon left too long in the sun, when someone walks up and asks a question no one should hear in ancient Egypt. "Hey, you want to see an execution?" You blink, swallow, regret it instantly. "An execution?" The man shrugs. "They caught someone stealing from the temple granary." Happens. You raise an eyebrow on the side that doesn't make your skull throb. "What happens?" He leans in, whispers like he's reciting ghost stories. "Depends on the priest. Sometimes snakes, sometimes boiling sand, sometimes they just let you starve slowly in a painted box. Ah, of course. You tell him you're not interested. He shrugs again, like you just turned down a free festival. But your curiosity is already gnawing at you, which, to be fair, is the only part of you not currently inflamed or injured. You drift toward the commotion near the outer temple walls. There's a crowd forming, mostly workers, a few farmers, a vendor or two, with date cakes. You don't want to be here, but you can't look away. In the center stands a trembling man, barefoot, hands tied with fiber rope. His tunic is torn, and someone's painted a crude symbol on his chest, a broken grain stalk. A priest addresses the crowd, voice raised. This man desecrated the offering storehouse. Bread meant for the gods, taken by mortal greed. You shuffle backward. Bread meant for the gods? You once thought about pocketing a leftover crust. Here's your historical fact. Theft, especially from temples, was one of the most serious offenses in ancient Egypt. It wasn't just a crime against the state. It was a crime against the divine. Punishments varied by class and offense, but could range from fines and public beatings to execution or exile. The concept of mat, cosmic balance, meant that social and spiritual order had to be restored. The crowd murmurs as a small pit is revealed, lined with hot coals and shallow sand. The executioner walks up slowly, holding a basket of snakes. You flinch. Real snakes, squirming, coiled, confused. They're dumped near the man's feet. He screams. People gasp. Children cling to their mothers. A goat nearby faints. Probably. The priest raises a hand. May Anubis weigh his heart fairly. In the halls of judgment, you turn and walk away. Fast, you've seen enough. Here's your quirky tidbit. The use of snakes in executions is debated. Some scholars argue the references in temple scrolls are metaphorical, symbolizing divine judgment or rebirth. Others believe actual snakes were sometimes used in punishments, particularly in southern Egypt, where venomous vipers were common and feared. You flee to the market alleys, clutching your stomach, not from hunger this time, but from sheer nausea. The baker's daughter spots you. You look pale, she says, offering you a fig. You shake your head. Not today. She asks, was it the snakes or the screaming? You blink. Yes. She nods solemnly and says something soft. Justice isn't always gentle. You sit down near her stall. Needing the comfort of human normalcy, she talks quietly, telling you about her father's bad knees, her little brother who wants to join the temple choir, her hopes of one day owning a second baking stone. You ask, have you ever stolen anything? She shrugs. Once. A honey cake. I was 5. My mother made me give it to the temple with tears in my eyes. Said if I stole again, Bastet would send cats to chew my feet while I sleep. You believe her. The fig is still in your hand. Eventually, you eat it. Soft, sweet, almost cleansing. Historians still argue whether execution methods were consistent across regions. Some believe punishment varied wildly, depending on local officials, temple influence, and public pressure. Others suggest there were standardized codes enforced by scribes. But the truth is probably a mix. Order held together by fear belief, and whoever had the loudest priest. As the sun lowers, shadows stretch across the village. People move on from the spectacle. The granary is sealed tighter than ever. And you sit quietly, fig juice on your fingers, trying not to imagine snakes crawling across your feet. You remind yourself, tomorrow you'll work harder. You'll get on the scroll. You'll avoid all tombs, granaries, and bread-related deities. You'll live, not because ancient Egypt is merciful, but because you've learned, and because so far, no one's fed you to the snakes. Yet, the next morning, your resolve is strong. You will stay out of trouble. You will avoid anything shaped like a snake, resembling a scroll, or even sounding like the word tomb. You step outside. A priest immediately walks by, holding a box of bones, and says, "We need someone to chant the names of the sacred goats." You turn around and walk the other way. You keep your head down, minding your own business. You greet the date seller, nod to the baker's daughter, and nearly make it past the square when you hear a voice say, loudly and accusingly, "You said it wrong." You stop, turn. Two boys are glaring at a third, who is nervously stammering in front of a wall carving. A small crowd has gathered. You inch closer and catch the conversation. "I said it right," the boy pleads. "It was just fast." "No," says one of the others. "You said Hetep, like Hotep. That's a death insult." You wince. "That's bad." One of them points at you. You heard him, didn't you?" You shake your head. "You've made enough enemies this week, but it's too late." An older woman chimes in. "These young ones don't respect proper speech anymore. In my day, we rehearsed the offering prayers twice before saying them out loud." The boy now looks at you with desperation in his eyes. "Can you help me say it?" You sigh. "Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptian language was a sacred tool, especially in the context of prayers, invocations, and funerary rites. Mispronouncing certain words, especially names or divine epithets, was not just embarrassing, it was considered dangerous. Some rituals had specific chant leaders, trained to avoid linguistic disasters. You kneel beside the carving, a standard inscription, Hotep Dinisut, a phrase used to offer gifts to the dead in the name of the king. You pronounce it slowly, clearly. Hotep, not Hetep. The crowd nods in approval. The boy repeats after you. It's close enough. A small cheer rises. Then an older man steps forward, brows furrowed. "And who are you to correct sacred language?" You freeze. "I heard you're not even on the ration scroll. You want to vanish. You want the earth to open beneath your feet and swallow you into the tomb of social oblivion. But no such luck." The man steps closer, squinting. "You were the one who touched the tomb wall, weren't you?" You stammer. "It was a breeze, a misunderstanding." The man raises his staff. "Then speak the full invocation of offering for this carving, so the gods may judge your tongue." Now the crowd really leans in. You're on the spot. Again, your memory fumbles, heart pounding, brain fogged with fig paste and fear. You take a deep breath and say what you remember from the temple assistant 2 nights ago. An offering the king gives to Osiris, Lord of the West, the great god, Lord of Abydos, so he may give voice offerings, bread, beer, oxen, fowl, alabaster, and linen, to the revered one. You pause. The old man stares. Someone coughs. A priest nearby. Blessedly, mercifully, nods. Acceptable. You exhale so hard you nearly fall over. Here's your quirky tidbit. In ancient Egypt, recitation accuracy was tied to cosmological order. Words weren't just sound, they were power. Some spells and hymns had alternate pronunciations written into them to avoid mistakes. If you stumbled during a ritual, it could require a full reset, or worse, a purification cycle involving cold water and social shame. The old man huffs and walks away. The crowd disperses. The boy looks at you like you just saved him from becoming frog bait. "Thank you," he whispers. "You really know your stuff." You mutter, "I'm just trying not to die." The rest of the day passes quietly, though everyone now watches how you pronounce everything. You sneeze once and hear someone whisper, "He said a chew. Is that a god?" You avoid speaking for the next hour. By late afternoon, you're back near the bakery stall. The girl smiles. "You've been busy." You sit. "I think I passed a public speech exam." In a dead language, she laughs. "You're like a walking scroll with sandals." You chuckle. Carefully. Your jaw still remembers the copper man. You hand her a small coin. From the healer. She traded mint balm for a shell necklace. Said this should cover bread. She hands you a warm flat cake with honey. It is divine. Historians still debate how strictly religious speech was monitored in everyday life. Some argue it was confined to temple contexts. Others suggest that even commoners were expected to maintain verbal precision during specific festivals or mourning rites. Regardless, the fear of saying the wrong thing and offending the wrong god was real. As the sun sets, you watch the village wind down. Children chant prayers while kicking a ball of reeds. Someone burns incense near their doorway, and a man passes by muttering what sounds like a curse, but turns out to be a recipe. You lean back and murmur softly, "Hotep Dinisut." You say it right this time. You wake up feeling optimistic. That's your first mistake. The sun isn't even fully up yet, but something about the air feels twitchy. The birds are chirping too loud. The frogs have gone suspiciously quiet. And your gut, that wise, always hungry, chronically inflamed gut, says, "Brace yourself." You step out of your sleeping area, stretch, and immediately step on something. Crunch. You lift your foot slowly, praying to every deity from Ra to the ghost of last night's bread that it's a pebble. It is not. It's moving. It's shiny. It's a scarab. You scream internally. Externally, you let out a muffled squeak. The beetle rights itself and crawls off, leaving behind a few particles of whatever sacred bug logic it's working with. You stare after it, horrified and mildly impressed. Because here's your historical fact. Scarab beetles weren't just common insects in ancient Egypt. They were symbols of the sun's rebirth, tied to the god Khepri. Scarabs were carved into amulets, stamped into seals, and even placed inside the chests of mummies. Killing one by accident? Socially awkward. Killing one on purpose? Potentially sacrilegious. You try to clean your foot. A child nearby sees you and gasps. You crushed a scarab. I didn't mean to. Anubis is watching you now. You try to laugh it off, but within minutes, 3 people have heard, and one of them is a temple assistant. She gives you a look, the kind of look reserved for people who spit in sacred wells or sneeze on ceremonial bread. You're handed a broom. Go sweep the sanctuary path, she says. Perhaps the gods will forgive you for desecrating their messenger. You mumble something and shuffle off. You arrive at the sanctuary path, white stone, flanked by palm trees, and covered in morning dust. You begin sweeping, carefully, slowly, with reverence. If you see anything with legs, you sweep around it. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some scarab species were considered literal incarnations of divine energy. Egyptians believed the beetle's habit of rolling dung balls resembled the sun's journey across the sky. They even used the word keper to describe becoming, transformation, and daily rebirth. Crushing one? You just interrupted the cosmic cycle of life. Mid-sweep, you feel a tap on your shoulder. It's the scribe, the one from earlier. He's holding a scroll and a smug smile. I hear you're symbolically destructive, he says. You sigh. It was an accident. Accidents, he says, unrolling the scroll, often lead to duties. You're reassigned, not just sweeping the path. You're now overseeing scarab preservation. Which sounds important. It is not. You're now tasked with gently collecting scarabs and moving them from public walkways to temple gardens using a pair of wooden tweezers and a shallow clay bowl. You quickly learn scarabs don't want to be collected. They are surprisingly strong, surprisingly fast, and seem personally offended by your existence. One flies into your face. Another climbs your leg. You scream once, quietly, but a priest hears. He walks by and mutters, "The beetles hear your fear." You begin chanting under your breath, not prayers. Motivational phrases like, "Just one more hour," "Just one more beetle," "You've survived worse," "The cats liked you." By noon, you have moved 23 scarabs. 1 escaped. 3 flew away. 1 sat still and stared at you for so long you thought it might be divine. The temple assistant reappears. Good, she says, peeking into your bowl. You'll finish your cleansing at sunset. Cleansing? She nods. You must carry them to the river and release them with a prayer. You carry the bowl like it's made of gold and gilt. The bugs shift inside, noisy, alive, mythological. The sun dips low as you reach the river's edge. You kneel, whisper a half-remembered offering. Kepri, Lord of Transformation, guide these lives and mine. You tip the bowl. The beetles scatter, vanish into reeds, into sand, into shadow. You sit there for a moment, watching the current, half expecting a divine breeze or a flash of light. Instead, a frog leaps from the water onto your lap and stares directly into your soul. Of course, you whisper, "I didn't mean to kill the beetle." The frog croaks. Maybe forgiveness, maybe judgment. You stand, soggy, exhausted, beetle-scented. Historians still debate whether the everyday Egyptian truly feared divine consequences for every insect encounter, or whether the reverence of scarabs was primarily symbolic. But given the number of scarab-shaped artifacts buried with even common folk, it's clear they weren't just bugs. They were cosmic reminders, small, sacred, and stubborn. Like you walk back into the village, a bit lighter, a bit wiser, and only slightly itchy. And for once, no one points at you, not even the children. There are a few universal truths in the world. Water flows downhill. Cats always land on their feet. And in ancient Egypt, you do not mess with someone's name. You're about to learn this the hard way. It starts innocently. You're helping a boy fetch clay jars from a storeroom. The jars are old, some cracked, some worn smooth from years of storage. You carry one carefully, set it down outside, and notice a strange set of hieroglyphs carved along the side. You ask, "Whose name is that?" The boy shrugs. "Some noble. Dead a long time. No one remembers him now." You peer closer. The glyphs are faded, but still readable. A seated man, a loaf, a vulture, and the telltale oval of a cartouche. Your curious finger brushes the name. That's when the old woman hauling grain nearby drops her basket and gasps. "You touched the name?" "I... barely." She hobbles over, eyes wide. You never touch a name unless you mean to honor it. You try to explain, but she's already muttering to the others. In moments, it spreads. He defiled the name of the dead. You want to vanish into the sand. Here's your historical fact. In ancient Egypt, names were more than identity. They were protection, presence, and legacy. A person's name preserved their soul in the afterlife. To erase or damage it was to condemn them to eternal silence. Even pharaohs went to great lengths to inscribe their names everywhere. Some even added extra names, just in case one didn't survive. A priest arrives. Again, he looks exhausted. You look exhausted. It's a mutual understanding now. "What did you touch this time?" he asks. "A name," you admit. "Accidentally." He rubs his temples. "Did you say it aloud?" You nod. "Yes." He sighs. "Well, now you have to finish it." "Finish what?" "The offering," he says. "You've invoked the name. Now you must honor it, or risk leaving a soul wandering. Fantastic. You're handed a small bundle, incense, bread, and a thread of blue linen. "Take it to the tomb district," he says. "Place the offering by the name. Say the prayer. Say the name clearly, and don't mispronounce it." You trudge out of the village toward the dusty tomb mounds. A goat follows you halfway, then turns around, clearly knowing better. You find the broken clay jar again, the name etched like a whisper. You kneel. Here's your quirky tidbit. Egyptians believed the soul had multiple parts, including the wren. Name. Without the name, the BA, personality, couldn't reunite with the Kai, life force. Some tomb curses explicitly threatened anyone who says my name in mockery or scratches it from stone. Names were eternal, or they were nothing. You light the incense. You place the bread beside the jar. You tie the linen thread around the base, and then, very carefully, you whisper, "Amunemhat." You pause. Nothing happens. Then the wind shifts. A soft breeze brushes your face. The incense smoke curls upward, not like earlier, when it wandered, but like it knows where to go. You sit there a little longer, just in case. You say the name again. Amunemhat. You whisper a short blessing you half remember from the temple. May your name be remembered. May your soul be light. May your spirit sail eastward. The wind dies down. The moment passes. You walk back, empty bowl in hand, linen trailing from your belt. At the village edge, the old woman is waiting. Well, she asks. I did the offering, you say. She nods, satisfied. Then his soul rests again, and maybe yours can too. You glance upward. The sun is beginning to dip. Children are racing around the palms. A cat yawns in your path. Historians still argue how far commoners understood the depth of soul beliefs. Did farmers worry about the wren? Did potters recite names at night? Or was this more a concern of scribes and priests? But the evidence suggests even the humblest villager carved names on simple tombs, hoping to be remembered by anyone, even you. You take the long way back, walking past house walls covered in faded graffiti. You see names scratched into mud bricks. Some are illegible, some are still sharp, each one a voice, each one a hope, and for the first time all week, you don't feel entirely invisible. You said a name, you remembered someone, and somehow, in this land of living gods and dusty chaos, you feel like maybe, just maybe, you're beginning to belong. You awaken to drumming, not festive, not celebratory, just slow, methodical, and far too early. Your body protests, but curiosity wins. You step into the square, where a crowd is already gathering. At the center, 3 men wearing nothing but simple loincloths and painted stripes across their arms. They're crouched low, muscles tense. The drumming intensifies. What is this? You ask someone beside you. The wrestlers, they say, training for the said festival. You blink. A what now? Here's your historical fact. The said festival, or Hebsed, was a jubilee celebrated by pharaohs, usually after 30 years of reign. It was part political theater, part religious ritual, and part ancient CrossFit, demonstrating the ruler's strength, vitality, and divine legitimacy. Wrestling and displays of physical endurance were sometimes part of the build-up. The 3 wrestlers launch at each other. It's not elegant, it's not clean, it's dusty, chaotic, and loud. Limbs fly, dust clouds rise. Someone yells, "He bit my ankh." You're not even sure what that means. But then, oh no, a hand reaches into the crowd. New blood, a voice says. You freeze. He looks sturdy enough. You look behind you. No one's there. They're talking about you. The crowd cheers as you're gently, well, not gently, pushed forward. You stumble into the ring, facing a man built like a cart full of bricks and protein. He grins. You're the scarab guy, right? You nod, slightly dizzy from fear. Good. Let's see if you roll as well as they do. And then he charges. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptian wrestling was more than entertainment. It was ritual, military training, and a symbol of order conquering chaos. Tomb paintings show dozens of grappling techniques, some uncannily similar to modern judo or Greco-Roman styles. And yes, biting was apparently allowed in certain contexts. Your opponent grabs you. You squeak. He lifts. You flail. The crowd goes wild. You land on your back. breath knocked out of you. Dust fills your nose. The world spins. He offers a hand. You take it. You've got soft bones, he says. You wheeze. You've got sand in your smile. He laughs, pats your shoulder, and drags you upright. The priest, overseeing the match, steps forward. Not bad. You didn't cry. That's the bar? He shrugs. We're a practical people. You're handed a small loaf as a reward. It's stale, but you eat it like it's baked by Hathor herself. Then, the priest says something you almost don't believe. We could use someone like you in the games. You choke. Games? For the local harvest festival. Carrying weights, wrestling, possibly racing a goat. It depends on who signs up. You decline politely. He raises a brow. It comes with a guaranteed ration scroll entry. You pause. The words echo in your skull like temple bells. Guaranteed. Ration. Scroll. You glance down at your bruised arms, your dust-caked feet, and the weird, almost giddy sensation rising in your chest. Do I have to fight the goat? Only if it bites first. Historians still argue whether commoners participated in said related rituals or only watched from the sidelines. Some evidence suggests local games were modeled after royal festivals, blending seasonal rites with community bonding. Wrestling, in particular, symbolized power, control, and vitality, something even your bruised ribs now understand. Later that day, the village is buzzing. Your name is whispered. The one who faced Keefe, the bone cracker, didn't cry once, got pinned in 3 seconds, but bounced like a frog. You sit near the date vendor, chewing slowly, feeling oddly proud. You've been cursed, sunburned, bit by cats, stabbed by fish, bruised by bricks, judged by priests, and gently crushed by amateur athletes. But today, you're the guy who showed up. A boy walks by and nods. Nice form, Scarab Man. You raise your loaf in salute. Who knew ancient Egypt had room for underdogs? Your name. It's written now. On the ration scroll. You see it with your own eyes. Inked in careful, hieratic script by the village scribe, right between Bak of the olive press and Henu of the goat herds. Your first reaction is disbelief. Your second is to whisper, please don't spill ink on it. The scribe looks up, annoyed. What? Nothing, you say quickly, grinning like a tomb robber who just stumbled into a sale on afterlife real estate. Because here's the historical fact. Being on the ration scroll in ancient Egypt meant legitimacy. You were part of the system, entitled to bread, beer, oil, and sometimes even fish. It wasn't just sustenance. It was proof you existed officially. These records were crucial for tax, labor, and religious service tracking. You're handed a clay token with your name carved in abbreviated form. This, the scribe says, gets you your daily share. Don't lose it. If you do, you'll have to reapply. How long does that take? He shrugs. Between 3 days and the afterlife. You take the token like it's made of gold. Your first stop? The ration booth. A stern woman eyes the token, bites it, then nods and hands you one small flatbread, a third of a jar of beer, frothy, warm, a lump of dried fish. You cradle it like treasure because, well, it is. As you sit on a shaded stone, finally eating without stealing glances over your shoulder, someone sits beside you. It's the girl from the bakery. You made the list, she says, smiling. You offer her half the bread. She waves it off. We have a batch finishing soon. But thanks. She leans back. You know, when you first arrived, I thought you wouldn't last a day. Honestly, you say through a mouthful of fish. Same. She grins. But you're still here. Technically, you reply. I was nearly drowned, scratched, by cats, cursed by priests, punched by a wrestler, and stung by a beetle. Still counts, she says. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some ration scrolls were so detailed they included not only names and quantities, but job performance notes like slow, sick, or late again. You don't want to end up as bread waster on an eternal papyrus. You spot the priest who first gave you grief about not being on the scroll. He walks by, nods slightly, and mutters, About time. You nod back. Thanks. Don't screw it up. Working on it. The afternoon heat settles in like a heavy blanket. The village slows. Merchants nap beside their goods. Cats stretch across temple steps. Children play silently, their voices hushed by the sun. You rest your back against the wall, full for the first time in days. Not just full of food, but of something else. A strange, new kind of belonging. It creeps in slowly. You're a name on a list. You're not a ghost here anymore. Historians still argue about the flexibility of these scrolls. Were they maintained daily? Weekly? Were they politically influenced or strictly practical? But across regions and periods, the message is clear. Being recorded was being recognized. Unwritten people were unwitnessed lives. You see the boy you helped, with the offering phrase running past, chasing a hoop. You hear the wrestlers practicing again. Laughter instead of grunting this time. You see someone lighting incense outside their door, and not in a panic. Life in ancient Egypt is harsh, but it's also rhythmic, predictable in its way. If you listen, you can almost hear the heartbeat of it. Harvest, river, sun, breath, bread, and now your name echoes faintly in that rhythm. You smile, even as a fly lands on your beer. You don't swat it. Today, you're not fighting anything. Today, you eat. Today, you rest. Because tomorrow, you might get bit by a ceremonial goat. Just when you think you found your groove, your name on the ration scroll, your meals secured, your feet free of blisters, life in ancient Egypt decides to surprise you with bureaucracy. You're summoned by a scribe. Again, your name, he says, is spelled wrong. You blink. What? It should be Samer Ankh. Instead, it says Samer Ankh Neb. You tilt your head. That sounds longer? Worse, he sighs. It implies you serve someone else's life force. Oh, the scribe rolls his eyes. You don't want to be known as he who serves another's beer token. Trust me. You do trust him. You've seen how fast names become jokes around here. He pulls out a worn reed pen and carefully corrects the entry. There, he says. Now you're just you. You feel oddly honored. Corrected. Official. Until he says, now go to the records tent and have your token recarved. Of course, You hike to the edge of the village, where a tent flaps lazily in the afternoon heat. Inside, a man sits surrounded by chipped clay, mumbling to himself about cows who don't deserve proper vowels. You present your case. He sighs. Another scroll error? You nod. He stabs a new token, squints at your name, and mutters, stupid pen strokes. One wiggle and suddenly you're possessed by a grain merchant. Here's your historical fact. Ancient Egyptian scribes held immense power, not just in temples, but in administration. Their writing shaped everything from labor rosters to legal decrees. But even the most careful made errors, and since hieratic script was cursive and fast, one misstroke could change the meaning of an entire phrase. He finishes the token and hands it to you. You admire the neat lines, still damp with ink. Then he says, also, someone's filed a labor request under your name. What kind of labor? He grins. Mud brick hauling. No, not again. You trudge to the site, where a foreman greets you like an old friend. Ah, Brick Boy returns. I'm not. You begin. Of course you are, he laughs. Name's on the list now. Can't argue with ink. You sigh and tie a rag around your head. You're handed a flat paddle, a bucket of mud, and instructions to smear mortar onto bricks and stack them faster than the sun can burn your back. It burns fast. Here's your quirky tidbit. Labor in Egypt wasn't always forced. Many workers were conscripted for set periods, rotating out of temple or agricultural duty. They received rations and sometimes even beer bonuses. But being listed meant being expected. No show, no food, and possibly no home. Your back aches within minutes. You lose track of how many bricks you've placed. You whisper oaths to Thoth for scribe errors, to Sekhmet for endurance, and to Bastet for a cool breeze, and maybe a cat to adopt you. No cat comes, just more bricks. At break time, you collapse beside a well. Someone passes you a cracked cup of beer. You sip. It's warm. It's foamy. It's heaven. Across the site, 2 other workers are comparing tokens. One grins. Mine says I'm blessed by Sobek. I told the scribe I liked crocodiles. The other frowns. Mine says I'm a goat. Not goat herd? Nope. Just goat. You laugh. Then immediately regret laughing because your spine clicks. Historians still argue about the literacy rate in ancient Egypt. While most laborers were illiterate, the system functioned, thanks to scribes who managed the entire bureaucracy. Mistakes were inevitable, but correction rituals, as well as practical reissues, were part of everyday life. A name corrected was a fate corrected. By sunset, your hands are covered in dried mud. Your name is spelled right. Your token is accurate. Your rations are still valid. And your back? Well, it'll be fine in the next life. You shuffle home, the last rays of light bathing the path in gold. The bakery girl waves from her stall. You're late. I had a bureaucratic emergency. You mutter. She tosses you a date cake. That sounds important. You nod, chewing slowly. Vital. And despite the soreness, the sweat, and the feeling that you're now permanently made of brick dust, you smile, because today you existed in ink, and in ancient Egypt, that's half the battle. It starts with a single sound, the low, rattling growl of something very large and very annoyed. You're jolted awake before dawn. A man is sprinting past your sleeping mat, waving his arms. Out of the way! It's the bull. You blink, bleary-eyed. The what? Then you hear it again. Closer now. The crowd is shouting. A girl screams. You scramble to your feet just in time to see a massive, muscled bull. Black as night, eyes wild, barrel through the village square like a divine battering ram. Oh no, you whisper, not again. Because here's your historical fact. In ancient Egypt, certain bulls, especially the Apis bull, were considered sacred. These animals were housed in elaborate stables, adorned with golden amulets, and even mummified upon death. But regular bulls? Still enormous, still deadly, and still very capable of demolishing your breakfast. The bakery stall takes a hit. The roof collapses. A stack of pottery shatters. You duck behind a storage bin, praying to every deity this isn't your final chapter. Someone yells, "He escaped from the temple herd. He's not sacred. Just angry." You peek over the bin. The bull is now fixated on a water trough. He charges. The trough explodes into a mist of splinters and panic. The scribe appears at your side, panting. "Quick, come help with the rope." You stare at him. "Are you insane?" "Look," he says, holding a frayed length of fiber rope. "You're on the scroll now. That means you're officially obligated." "Of course." You grab the rope. The plan is, well, vague. One person shouts that they should try to guide the bull into the alley. Another insists on singing calming hymns. Someone suggests just yelling, "Boo!" and seeing what happens. You end up with the rope behind the bull, deeply regretting your life choices. The bull turns, locks eyes with you. "Oh no," you say again. Then it charges. You bolt. The rope tangles around your wrist. You're yanked forward like a rag doll, legs flying. The crowd scatters. Somewhere in the chaos, you hear someone yell, "He's doing it." You are not. You are being dragged. Here's your quirky tidbit. Egyptians not only revered specific bulls, they often held bull leaping games or processions where the animals were paraded through towns. Handling them was a sign of strength or desperation. Some festivals even featured symbolic taming rituals, though scholars still debate how real the taming was. You finally get the rope around a post. The bull slows, snorts, and miraculously backs off. The crowd cheers. The rope frays. You collapse. The priest steps forward, pats your shoulder, and says, "Impressive, you've got a gift." "For bull chasing," you wheeze. He smiles. "No, for survival." You groan. The girl from the bakery finds you later, resting in the shade, bruised but breathing. "I heard you wrestled a bull." "I ran from a bull," you correct her. "Well, people say you tamed it." "That's a stretch." She grins. "That's how legends start." You sip beer from a borrowed jar and mutter, "I should have been a scribe." Historians still argue whether average villagers actually interacted with sacred animals, or if that privilege was reserved for temple caretakers. But written accounts and art show that bulls and danger were part of daily life, sometimes honored, sometimes feared, always respected. You spend the evening nursing your sore limbs. You overhear someone recounting the bull incident, your role exaggerated to heroic levels. He stared the beast down, one child exclaims. He rode it, another adds. Wrestled it with his teeth, someone shouts. You close your eyes. Let them talk. After all, what's more Egyptian than rewriting the truth to make it grander? You've made it this far. Cursed, bruised, misnamed, corrected, and now, apparently, bull tamer. And you're still standing. Sort of. The next morning arrives, not with a bull, not with a priest, not even with a small child yelling your name because you pronounced offering like offending. It arrives quietly. Soft pink light creeps over the mud brick rooftops. A rare cool breeze dances through the date palms. Birds chirp in gentle harmony, like even they know it's your final chapter in this absurd saga. You rise slowly, every muscle, reminding you of yesterday's bull rodeo. But the air smells peaceful. You stretch. Nothing dislocates. Victory. Today, you're just another villager. And it feels strangely right. Here's your historical fact. The ancient Egyptian calendar marked not only days of toil and ritual, but also days of rest, known as epagomenal days or days upon the year. They were considered both sacred and ominous. People often paused normal activity, choosing to reflect, honor the gods, or simply recover. Your name is still on the scroll, your clay token still valid, and your reputation? Oh, look, someone says. There's the scarab whisperer. Another laughs. You mean the goat prophet? Bull hugger. You raise your arms and bow. I accept all titles. The scribe waves you over. I've updated your entry. You brace yourself. It now says, Helper of the Tired. He announces. You blink. That's not awful. It's what the old woman called you after. You carried her basket. Oh, that was 3 days ago. She's still talking about it. You nod. There are worse things than being remembered as the guy who didn't drop the onions. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some Egyptians had nicknames based on deeds or traits. He who stirs the mud, big mouth, or soft voice. Names had power, and so did memories. People became who others believed they were. The girl from the bakery sits beside you, tearing bread in half and handing you a piece. So, what now? You shrug. Maybe I become a scribe. You can barely hold a pen. Maybe a priest then. You misquoted Osiris and nearly got cursed. You both laugh. She says, maybe you just stay. It hangs there. Simple, soft, honest. And you know, deep down, this absurd, beautiful, dangerous, sunburnt place has changed you. Historians still debate whether outsiders could truly integrate into Egyptian village life. Did immigrants find community or always stand apart? Were names on scrolls enough to earn belonging? The records are patchy, but stories like yours, suggest it was possible. As the sun rises higher, you walk along the river. The children wave. A priest offers you incense. Even the cat who once scratched you now curls around your leg. You stop by the tomb district, placing a single flower by Amunimhot's name. You whisper it once more, softly, then turn and walk back, your clay token swinging against your side, your sandals worn thin, your smile half grin, half grimace. You've survived. You've stumbled, been mocked, nearly trampled, bitten, sun-poached, and mistaken for a goat. But you've made it. Through mud and myths, rites and wrestlers, scrolls and scarabs, in a land where names mean life. You have one now, and it's yours. So now, the village sleeps. The drums are silent. The hearths glow low with ember light. You sit alone on a flat rooftop, knees pulled close, wrapped in a linen shawl that smells faintly of date syrup and dust. The Nile murmurs softly in the distance, its rhythm eternal, undisturbed by the antics of one bewildered visitor. Above, stars blink like eyes of ancient gods, patient, amused, maybe even proud. The air is still, but kind. You breathe in deeply the warmth of bread, the sweetness of beer, the distant perfume of temple incense. It all lingers in your lungs. You close your eyes. Let the sand settle. Let your heartbeat slow. You're not running anymore, not hiding, not proving anything. You simply are, and that's enough. The village will rise again tomorrow, with laughter and chickens, and people yelling about fish prices, but for now, it sleeps. And so do you. Safe. Known. Named. Drift. Now, slowly, let the story dissolve like morning mist over the Nile. Let the gods and beetles and slightly judgmental cats keep watch over your dreams. You've lived a day in ancient Egypt. You've lasted longer than most would, and in the record of sleep, under the soft hum of night, you are eternal.